Mic check 1 2. Good morning, everyone. We are ready to start day two. Welcome, everybody, to the day two of the Market Lamb Show. Before we kick off with our first class of medium wools, our judge, Steve Sturts, is going to say a few words.
I've never said just a few words, Ripley. I just want to, I know we started out yesterday, and some of you may have been here, may not. Brian called me several months ago to ask me to judge this, and then called me a couple months later and said, would you, the committee would like to have a two-judge system. Would you like to be involved with that? We'd like you to give us some names and give us some input on that. And I asked him to define what he wanted from this and what he was trying to gain and what San Antonio and the committees wanted, because I think we've seen a lot of two-judge systems, and I'm not going to call out anything or do anything, but some of them work well and some of them don't. And so I wanted full transparency. I wanted a full explanation of what they wanted from this. And I gave them three names, and they picked Cash Allen, and Cash is going to do it with me today. He did it with me yesterday. The reason I picked Cash Allen, or as one of my people, is there's several reasons, but a couple years ago I judged the South Dakota State Fair, and he was judging the does, and I was very impressed with how he treated the kids. Number one, I think we need to keep that important. I was very impressed with his reasons and how he described the animals, and how his description of the animals, at least in my opinion, was very accurate and very much like I would select livestock. And the third thing, when I talked to him afterwards, I thought he had his character and integrity and those type of things in check, and for lack of a better way to say it. And when I was a county agent, I would say that when we were looking at judges, a lot of times those were the three things that were most important to me. First, somebody that could work with the kids and wanted to work with the kids and put the kids first. Somebody that described the animals in a way that was at least made sense, and you could, at least if you didn't hit them that time, maybe bring something to them next time. And then the integrity and moral character that he had. He's been on the list for quite a long time for these major shows. He judged the Weather Dams, or a couple years, 2-3 years ago, and I've seen footage of that, and so I knew how he worked with kids and how he did there. And so Cash is going to be with me. I'll tell you right now that my biggest concern is that they announced me as a judge and then kind of put a second judge in on the thing, and that's not a big deal. But I didn't want people to say Steve Sturts is judging this show, and I brought a Sturts Weather, and he ended up third because Cash Allen was there. And that's not going to happen today. I can promise you that. I'm going to make the decisions. I'm going to make the final decisions. I visited with him quite a bit yesterday, and I feel confident that I could go and say, here's my top five, and he'd place them, and they'd be we wouldn't switch many of them, I can promise you. I was real impressed with his comments and the way he helped me. Basically, I was trying to show him my thought process. It's almost like a shadowing deal, and I tried to tell him this is what I see on these top five, or whatever it was, or however many. Do you see him that way? And he would basically back up my decisions based on things that he told me that he saw about those sheep. And so it was good. We're going to completely be transparent again. Today I'm going to incorporate him a little more into talking on the mic and doing some things like that. And we're going to get through this thing. And when we get done, I hope it's a positive situation for all of y'all out there, for the kids, for the parents, and for everybody at the San Antonio Stock Show. And I really do think this is a good idea, and I think it's good to have two judges, and I think it helps to get through the day, and I think it's also good for the kids. We're trying to do it in a way that we don't work the kids too hard, and we're going with them at the same time, and so hopefully that's working. I will say that it does take a little more time. We definitely went longer than I would have liked to gone. But hey, if it has to go to midnight to get them right and get them in where we want them, and work with these kids and get these kids a good look, we'll do what we have to do. So I appreciate y'all being patient with us in all this. I appreciate the San Antonio Stock Show for the way they've handled this, and I appreciate Cash for being here. I can tell you that Cash is a really good talent, and I'm really impressed with not only those things that we talked about early, but the way he looks at stock and sorts stock is very similar to what I would look at and the way I look at them. So I'm going to let Cash say a few things. One more thing, I know that again, I want to thank San Antonio Stock Show. I don't want to miss out, and I know we'll get late tonight, and I don't want to miss out. But these guys in the ring, these people that are helping, these the back scenes. It may have took a little longer because us judges are doing two people, but I can tell you it wasn't because they weren't getting sheep to us. They weren't doing their job. These guys are second to none here in San Antonio. We're lucky in Texas to have the leadership we do and have the people behind the scenes at all of the shows. Don't get me wrong. I go a lot of out-of-state places and don't get cared for like I do here, or people don't care for your judges like they do here. And it's nothing against them. I think we just take it to a different level. And I really appreciate that. And before we get started, I think it'd be a good thing to give everybody here a round of applause for what they do in the back and what they do over here. And I really appreciate those people and how they treat us and how they treat the kids. So I'm going to let Cash say a few words and we'll get started.
Well, good morning. Whenever I got the phone call this summer, I was ecstatic because I was kind of the amount of respect and admiration that I had watching Mr. Sturtz judge growing up, and just the way that he carried himself and worked with the youth. I always thought of that as the mentorship, even though maybe at that point of our juncture we weren't maybe as familiar with each other as we are now, but I always had a great deal of respect and admiration for his consistency and his integrity. And man, like to kind of echo again what he said, you guys have it great down here in Texas in terms of the leadership that you have with your majors and things like that. Top-notch events. That being said, I'm going to put the microphone down and we'll get started. Thank you guys again.
Okay, we're ready to roll into the show with our first class of medium wolves. Just a reminder from yesterday, be sure and bring your disposition card with you to the ring. You will need that when you come to the ring. Class 1 is entering the ring, weighing 101 to 124. Class 2, which is class 29 in the book, will be the next class to check in.
the day of medium wools. With you this morning is going to be me, Cheyenne Emerson, and my really good friend, Kylie.
Yeah, good morning, guys. If you're just joining us, this is class one of our medium wools today that's kicking off the day. These guys are coming to us weighing from 101 to 124. Right now, Cash and Steve are doing a really nice job going through and talking to all the kids and giving some pointers. And we're making our first sift here, and then we're going to go ahead and bring back the ones that they're going to work through to find a sale lot. So we're starting the morning off great. It's sunny outside, cool, not too hot. So it's off to a great start.
Well, an excellent set. We got to cut off somewhere, and we've got some sheep out here, and we talked to each one of these individuals, and it's kind of like yesterday. We've got some really attractive ones like this one right here. Then when we really compare it to what we've pulled, not quite as bold in its rib, not quite as big in its loin, not quite as much muscle out its hip, but a really cool looking one that is immature and not quite ready. And then we get into one here that we break a little bit in the loin. We're not quite as good on the walk when we move around maybe as the ones we pulled. Got a little bit of shoulder, a little bit of chest plate. Another real attractive one here, just needs more to him. Another attractive one here. Again, we told this young lady just needs to be pulled apart more and have more to him. Got a Dorper here that really has got a lot of good qualities. Obviously, you get to come up and compete against the blacks, and it makes it a little difficult to fit in, but really appreciate the qualities he has for his breed, even though they classed him out, and that's a whole nother deal. But we really appreciate him coming back and showing here, and appreciate the qualities that sheep has. We've got one here that's got a lot of muscle, just need to lengthen out, make a little cooler fronted, maybe on the walk, make him a little taller at his shoulder. But really a nice set. These kids have done an awesome job. The thanks they're going to get your applause as they go out the ring, so let's make sure they're recognized, and we'll look through the rest of them.
Our class 29, the second class of medium wools, can be checking in.
Well, as they go ahead and start working through this first class of the day, just a little bit of information of who you're going to be hearing from all day. Kylie and I won't be on the microphone all day, but we'll have our top judge contemporaries throughout the day. And so, for those of you that don't know what Top Judge is, it's a new program that was started last year, I believe. So this is year 2 of it. And I'll let Kylie kind of explain just a little bit more, but basically, they have picked about 30 of us from that just got done judging at Louisville, and we're all here, going to be here working with a lot of mentors throughout the week, just on a lot of information that maybe we didn't know in regards to how to work a ring, being livestock judges, just not in a contest, but also in the show ring.
Yeah, like Cheyenne said, so with Top Judge, Mr. Dan Lane, Scott Greiner, and Dr. Sean Ramsey have came together, and they've created this program for sheep and goat participants, swine participants, and then cattle participants. And so right now, who you'll be hearing from today are the sheep and goat participants. There's about 12 of us. We are from institutions from across the nation, basically, all come from different upbringings and hometowns, and then all had actually different upbringings through the industry as well. And we'll be here throughout the next 2 days, and then we've been here since Monday evening, and we've had the opportunity to meet with a lot of industry leaders as our mentors, and then just meet with a lot of the people behind San Antonio at the show itself, and just get to see how it runs and how it works. And we actually got a really unique opportunity Monday evening. They brought in Mr. Sturts and Mr. Allen, and even the goat judges that we talked about yesterday, Barrett and Cooper Carlisle, and we had the opportunity to talk to them just about how they got in the process of getting ready to judge a major like San Antonio, and just everything that goes through their head and what they're trying to do and what their goals are. And so it's a very unique opportunity, and we're very grateful to have the chance to be here and to be meeting everyone for the first time. As some of us know each other, some of us have never met each other, even though we've probably judged with them for the last year, 3 years
Yeah.
possibly. And so it's a very unique opportunity. Very grateful for our institutions for nominating us and sending us here, and it's been awesome so far. And tonight's going to be even better, and it's going to be great to round out our last four days we've been here.
Yeah, we've been here for 4 days. And I thought it was just really unique in the fact that we all talked about just from being here Monday at 3 o'clock till Tuesday, we had already learned so much. And just a lot of information that maybe as a young person we really didn't even know to ask, and kind of questions that will come up in our careers, hopefully, as we continue to judge more shows. And like Kylie said, I thought it was really unique getting to talk to these two.
Reminder, we need class 29, the second class of medium wools, to check in to the holding area. And as a reminder, when you leave today, if you're loading out tack, you need to put that in your vehicle, but do not pull a trailer through. You need to load that in your vehicle and then get your trailer.
To these two gentlemen, and really hear what their goals were for the next 2 days, what they were looking for, and what was important to them, and really was what was going to be a priority. And I think if you've watched any of the show yesterday, you can see exactly what Mr. Steve Sturt's priorities are, and that's one, making sure the young people feel like they have gotten a good look, that they're appreciated, and that they really were seen and got the best look, not just from him, but also Cash Allen. And then secondly, that the livestock are sorted right and accurately.
Yeah, so they've gone ahead and pulled their 5 out. They're going to keep on working. They're going to look through the rest of these to go ahead and pull the remaining that will fill up the sale lot spots, and a couple more that Steve and Cash want to keep. And a kind of unique opportunity for them as well in the ring. Steve and Cash both told us that this is their first time doing the 2-judge system, and just running us through their ideas on that was neat to hear, and just see how they were trying to go about it so that kids wouldn't be confused, and that so parents knew what was going on, and that there was no confusion on who was doing what or why there were 2 people in the ring. And Steve did a really nice job today and yesterday morning of getting on the mic and announcing why there was 2 people in the ring and how he chose Cash, and everything that goes into that, really. And so it's been good to see how, I guess, they're adjusting to it and how everybody else is also adjusting to it with it being the first time. But something I think that the small ruminant side is definitely going to start seeing a lot more of if it's successful and gets the positive feedback that they're hoping for.
Yeah, I agree. And then just to walk you guys through kind of what the how he sets up the ring, it's a little different than what I've ever seen. So Mr. Sturts has been first picking, sorting through obviously and sifting, and then he kind of pulls out his first, second, third, fourth, or what he thinks are going to be that, pulls them to the top 5 in the ring, and then really ensures that he gets that 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th spot correct. And being so, why he's putting so much of a priority on that is he explained only 9 will make the sell in every single class. So there's a big difference between 9th place and 10th place here at the San Antonio Livestock Show, and he wants to make sure that the person in 9th is in the right spot and the person in 10th is in the right spot. So he'll place the top 5 for 1 through 5 or 6, and then place 7, 8, 9th, and 10th, and then he'll come back through those top 5 and make sure he got them right, and give them their final selection. And it's already looking like we have a lot more numbers just on the sort than we did yesterday.
It's also, if you get the view of around the ring, there's a lot of people ringside, especially for 8:30 in the morning in the first class of the day. But that just goes to show how deep and competitive the medium wools are, but also just how many people are here, because San Antonio does a very good job of giving back to the youth and giving back to the exhibitors. And there's a lot of money that goes back to these kids, and not only in sale lots, but in premiums alone. And that's why a lot of these families praise San Antonio in that aspect, because it's kind of known that you come to San Antonio and you win big, you're going to walk home even better. And well, hopefully not walk home, but hopefully you're driving. But you're going to go home with a big smile on your face, because you got a lot going for you. And the show staff and the committees and everyone does a very good job of putting the kids first and truly trying to make it about the kids. And I think we probably couldn't have 2 better judges out here that are trying to prioritize that as well. And I think Cash said it best Monday evening when he was talking just about everything. We asked him all the, nitty gritty questions about show details and what he wants to do here and how would he sort this and what would you say here. And I think the best thing that Cash could possibly tell us was, that's great. And I appreciate your questions, and they're very good questions. But at the end of the day, we are all people, and that's what we need to remember. And this is about the kids, and you have to get that to the forefront of your mind. You're here to sort the stock, but you're also here to work with the kids, and the impact that they're going to have on these kids is probably going to be more astronomical to some, but I think an impact no less, and that's what you need to remember. And I think that's what the Top Judge program is really trying to put into our minds also, is how to adjust from going from collegiate judging into the way that we need to arrange ourselves in the rings, and just how much of an impact we can truly have on these young kids as we're transitioning from that phase.
Yeah, because when you really think of it, up to this point, we really haven't worked with the youth at all. Our entire job has just been to sort the livestock, sort them correctly, and just hit a committee's opinion. And so that takes a little bit of a different perspective when you get back into the show ring on the other side of things. And there's a lot more than just 4 animals, but there's also kiddos behind those livestock. And I think something Cash also mentioned was when he got out of college, his entire priority was just, man, I want to see the best livestock and sort them the best, and I'm going to be the best livestock evaluator there is in the country. And he was like, just a few years later, I realized, hey, there's a lot of kids and families that are pouring a lot of time, resources, and energy into this, and it's just as important, if not more important, to make sure that those kids felt like I gave them the right look and felt encouraged when they left the ring, regardless if that's first and second or 9th and 10th. And so that's something that really resonated with me, just as a young person who's just starting her career, is that maybe I can readjust my priorities just a bit when I get the opportunity to step back into the ring.
folks, let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Once again, we should have all of our class 29, the second class of medium wolves, checked in.
As Steven Cash get down to their top 5 here in this first class of lightweight medium wools. I think if this is setting the pace for how the rest of the day is going to go, it's going to shape up to be awfully nice. And luckily for us, we just get to hang out. But Steven Cash, I think, are going to have some pretty big decisions to make down there. So
Yeah, hey, this is exciting. This is my first time watching the medium wolves here at San Antone. As an Okie, we don't have quite the numbers you guys do. I like to think the same quality, but definitely not the same kind of numbers. And this is very impressive. Not what I was expecting at all for our class 1. I mean, the heaviest lamb we have in here is 124 pounds. Is that correct?
yes.
Yeah. So feels really good here in San Antone. Not too warm. And gonna be a nice show. I was thinking about it this morning. I was like, dang, I'm a little tired. My feet are a little sore. And then I thought about our judges, and I was like, okay, no complaints here.
Yeah.
Especially with Cash in his boots.
Yeah. And 2 days in boots. He's going to be hurting tomorrow.
Yeah, he might just be sitting on the couch tomorrow when he gets home.
Unique thing about San Antonio too, especially on the market side of things, not only these lightweights have quality that's run from top to bottom, but the quality is going to be seen all day as you tune in here and as we sit ringside. And from the first class of lightweights, the quality's run deep, and it's going to run that deep and probably deeper, especially as we get into that middle and medium weights and medium heavies and heavies, because people come to win, and those are the divisions that are gonna definitely bring the fight. I think bring a dog to the fight. That's for sure.
Yeah, and if you all, not in this class, but see any sheep that maybe look a little different, that maybe look like are more so minor breeds, that's because they have a classification here at San Antone, something a little different than what we have at OIE. And so that was definitely something I learned a lot about yesterday, and Dr. Ramsey kind of walked me through a lot of it. So, and we've got our placing, so we'll let him explain.
Well, an excellent class. Lightweight classes sometimes have a lot of difference in maturity and size and finish and those type things, much like heavyweight classes. We're pretty fortunate here. We had some immature ones that just didn't have enough to them, that looked good, that went out. And I think with these 9 here, we've got some real resemblances of each other, and they look good, and they're, to me, finished right and have that pattern and muscle and put those things together, maybe at different degrees, but appreciate the quality in this class and the depth of this class. When I was talking to Cash about these 5, I'm always mindful of, especially when we're doing one breed all day, is this is where we set the precedence. This is where we set the standard. And I think we've got 2 good sheep up at top that help us set that standard for the rest of the day, and that makes it easier and makes it where I feel like we can just go through the day and match what we've been doing and keep placing them good sheep up to the top and getting that quality up there. And these 2 at the top, we like their bone work, we like their foot size, we like the amount of forearm they have, we like their side profile, the way they look. Again, I told Cash earlier, I guess you've figured out proportional balance is important to me, because I say it every class, but it is important to me, and that's on the move and on the stand. And these 2 are proportionally balanced to me. They match their height with their weight, with their length. They look real good from the side. Their rear and front flank match each other, and I think really, really nice sheep. I give the advantage to the one in front. I think he's just pushes with a little more muscle down his top. He's got a little more loin edge. He's a little bigger in his rack. Maybe pin size, hip are very similar. I would agree with you. I love the forearm and that front end of the young man's neck. I just need to get him just a little bit bigger there in the middle part of his rib and the edge of that loin in comparison to the one in front. Then I think if he has that, he goes to the top real easy. Really a cool looking sheep. Just needs a little more to him in comparison to the one in first. Now, the one that has probably the most, or the 2 that have the most, are the next 2 as far as raw muscle shape and lean muscle shape. These 2 have a lot of push of rack and loin and hip, and you go to handle them, and they meet your hand with a whole lot of width and a whole lot of dimension. When we get them on the side and we get them moving, both of them are a little forward in their shoulder, a little shorter in their neck. I give the advantage to the young ladies being a little fresher in its handle, especially when we get back over that loin. I think a little fresher hided, maybe a little thinner in that body wall thickness and compared to the other one. But I think both of them are real good as far as raw muscle shape and lean muscle shape. We got just a little longer bodied, a little more attractive one here as far as putting those things together, a little fresher one. This one I picked first one to come in on the walk, and I often worry about that when we just start the day, because you don't know what's coming behind him, but definitely a nice sheep as far as the way his balance is and the way he puts together muscle in a nice package. He just doesn't have quite the look from the side, quite the freshness. He could be a notch longer for his height to me when we talk about that proportional balance. We get into 5th, and one that I appreciate the muscle shape down the top. We need to make this one smoother. He's almost too long for his height. He's a little forward and down in his shoulder. But boy, when you handle him, you have to really appreciate from the hind saddle back, from that last rib back, the amount of meat and muscle this one has. He's not quite as big boned and big footed as the four in front of him. That's another factor into the thing. We like his length of neck. We like that. We need to take it and put it on top of the shoulder and change the way that blade ties into that lower rib, change that top line just a little bit. Now, I picked on him quite a bit with several things there, but that's not, he's a really good sheep. That thing handles good. He's got a lot of length in that. I'm going to let Cash talk these last four to get him involved in this, but really, really a good set there.
Yeah, as Steve said, an awesome set. And a young lady that comes out in sixth, definitely thought a sheep that you came to play in terms of your hide quality, your hydration is very good. Young lady does a lights-out job of getting that sheep propped up from the side. Unfortunately, whenever we set him loose, maybe he wants to roll out a little bit more at the base of his shoulder, need to soften him in terms of his flank line progression. Thought maybe just in terms of scale to width, he kind of wanted to sacrifice himself down just a little bit in relation to some of those that go out ahead. Young lady that comes out next, good rack, good rib cage, opened up in terms of our pin set that sheep loose a little bit more awkward in the way that he wants to utilize his back leg and kick up underneath him. Young lady that comes out next, awesome touching, big loin sheep, white featured, and it has a look that's pretty loud from the side at the same time. A little bit more vertical in the way that he's built off both ends. Maybe want to see that sheep just a little softer in terms of the sweep of his flank and his abdomen. And young lady that rounds out the class, lean, high cut ability sheep that's very, very big rumped and stout pin. Just need to see that sheep smoother in terms of his pattern and the way that he's put together. Very nice class, though. Our compliments those kids and their families. If you would, let's give them a big hand.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Our second class of medium wolves is entering the ring, weighing 125 to 129. Class 3, which is number 30 in the book, that will be the next group to check in.
Well, I think they're getting ready to make the sift and make a final lap here. We heard from Cash Allen for the first time, talking 5 through 10, I believe. That was a really neat and really neat. Excited to maybe hear him talk a few more classes, Kylie.
Placings from Class 28 Medium Wools. 9th was Emmy Jo Ramsey, Palestine FFA. 8th was Kimbry Sherrill, Ropes FFA. Breeder was Sherrill Club Lambs. 7th was Z McCall, Archer County 4-H. Breeder was Gillis Club Lambs. 6th, Paisley Morris, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 5th, Oakley Goodner, Wise County 4-H. 4th, Brewer Birch, Stephenville FFA. 3rd, Haven Creel, Young County 4-H. Breeder is Rockin' Sea Farms. 2nd was Colton Jones, Ellis County 4-H. Breeder was 7. Breeder was 7C Farms. And our class winner was Quincy Rains, Haynes County 4-H. Congratulations.
Got second class of the day, and another big set of kids that are in the ring that Steve and Cash are doing a really nice job working through, going back through and just making sure they've got what they want and that they didn't miss anything. That was one of the things that Steve talked about that was really nice, and that he thought was one of the neatest things about having an associate with him was that he could kind of bounce his ideas off Cash here and there when he was, needing someone to talk to or just wanting to feel something out, or aspects like this when you have like upwards of 40 kids in the ring with sheep that you just sometimes might miss something, and that second set of eyes is awfully nice to have to make sure you're getting everything that you need back in there and giving those kids as many chances as they can to come to the top as you're trying to sort them.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know Cash Allen, he's actually an Okie like me as well. So we're not outnumbered quite as bad today. But he's from Keys, Oklahoma, which is just up in the northeast part of our state. And he's actually an ag teacher there. Does a really nice job. Definitely has one of the top ag departments throughout our state. Very successful with livestock judging teams. He helps them with a lot of their sheep, goats, and pigs that they have at the school farm that those kids show. He's got a wife and I think a 1 or 2 year old baby that was just born about a year ago now. And so we really enjoy having Cash be from Oklahoma. I know he's a vital part of a lot of the things that we do, and so very lucky that he's here down here in San Antonio for sure.
Yeah, I think one of the neat things that Cash and Steve both shared with us Monday night was just a little bit of their upbringing, and I think Steve's story especially kind of hit home, and just how he was brought up, and something that they hit on quite frequently was the community that we just have to surround ourselves with, and the livestock industry as a whole and the community that it's become. And I think Barrett made a very good point yesterday that, there may be some bad apples here and there, but that the bad apples don't ruin the whole orchard. And those probably weren't his exact words, so don't quote me on that. But, in retrospect, just that the livestock industry as a whole has been something that's very near and dear to these two's hearts, and is something that has helped them as they've grown up, and they really want to keep infiltrating that as they come through the ring today and yesterday. And it was neat to hear from them their perspectives of just everything they wanted to be able to give these young kids, and like the few moments they have, because most times at majors like these, when there are so many kids in the ring, it's hard to actually get through to every single one of them and take the time. But Steve and Cash are going out of their way to make sure they have a conversation, whether it just be a short conversation here or there, or maybe it's just cracking a joke. But always making a little communicating with those kids, and I think that's going a long ways. And it's obviously heard a lot of positive feedback from it, just with staff and those around the ringside and parents too, and kids in general. We were talking to a couple of them last night, and they were laughing and giggling and all excited to get in there and show to Stephen Cash. So it's definitely gone a long ways, and it's definitely working out good for them.
Yeah, special shout out to Bob the Sheep. I think that was the favorite name that we found last night with Mr. Terry there. And I think just something Steve emphasized to all of us was he's okay with taking a little bit of extra time. He's okay if a few people maybe think he's going a little slower, if that makes even one kid feel like they got a better look and that they really, the judge really took time to get to know them and get to understand their animal and just really see their livestock. And I think that's something that I think as an exhibitor that was on both sides of the class, probably more often.
Well, we're not going to talk them as they go out because we talked to each of these kids and told them what we liked and didn't like or things about them. I can tell you that when you get to this level, sometimes you get some that aren't fed as good. You get some that maybe are maybe not taken care of, and that's not the case here. The hide management, the feeding, the finish. We do have some that are a little fat, but I'd rather have them that way than way too thin. And so I'm impressed with what they've brought us as far as taking care of it. We've got some that are a little green and not quite ready today, and probably could be 2 or 3 classes up and be a month older and could be competitive, but they've got a show today. We've got some that are a little further along in the process and need to be cleaned up and made a little neater. But as a whole, a really nice set as far as hide management, touch and tone, as far as finish, and as far as putting together, taking care of their project. And I think that's a very important thing when we look at this project is these kids are taking care of it and they're bringing them to town, and they're very, very well taken care of, and that's important to us. It's important to San Antonio Livestock Show and the image here. And so I appreciate that. Again, most of the time, if you got enough muscle, we talk to you about maybe putting it in a little different pattern, changing the structure. If you don't have enough muscle, we talked about putting enough muscle on that frame and that extension and making it look balanced and proportionally balanced. But excellent set of kids. They've done a good job. Again, their reward is your applause, and I think they deserve a round of applause for being here and competing today.
Our third class of medium wolves, class 30 in the book, should be checking in if they have not done so.
I think we're bringing out about 16 or 17, if I counted correctly, back from that second class of medium wolves that made it through the first sift. And excited to see them bring them back because there were some nice ones that honestly just walked away from the ring.
Yeah, I think Steve and Barrett both said it best Monday night when they talked to us, just that it's never been closer than what it is right now. From first to ninth, from first to 15th, the quality and the bar for quality is so high, and there's really not much divide that comes. And I think that's the interesting thing is maybe not all of these are the exact same kind, but all of these animals are very, very high quality. And so it'll be interesting to see how they get to a consensus here and what they're going to do.
Yeah, I think when you get to those top 5 in that really deep class, and we kind of saw a few of them yesterday, I think Kylie and I were kind of sitting back saying, man, this is fun to watch, but we might be happy that we're not in his situation right now because that's tough, and they all 5 have really good reasons to win, and so there's going to be some people unhappy, but that's
Got a
the fun part of
few
it, too.
announcements to make. If anybody is looking for ice, it is available for purchase at the feed store down at the end of the barn for $5 a bag. Wild West Creamery is selling milkshakes, ice cream, and homemade cookies. And then Cowgirl Caviata is a group made up of young women ages 8 to 14 who exhibit leadership qualities and are committed to agriculture and preserving Western heritage. A year-round commitment to the Cowgirl Caviata program results in opportunities to serve the community through outreach, mentorship, and service, as well as a $10,000 scholarship. You can get more information on that at the San Antonio website, sarodeo.com.
Hi, Steve and Cash. Get ready to start. They got us 5 out there, pulling 6, 5. Yeah.
5, yeah.
As they start to get us, or ones they're going to want to work through to figure out their sale lots out here in the middle. One of the other neat things that San Antonio does, if you're looking at the ring, and you see a lot of people. There's Taylor Fort down there with the live streaming system. There's Next Level Images with all your ring shots and backdrops. And I think one of the neatest things that I actually had the opportunity to participate in just this last weekend, San Antonio does a lot of internship opportunities, and we have about 4 or 5 very nice interns down there in the sheep ring, as well as a handful of volunteers that are donating their time. And there's a lot to be thankful for in them. They come in and they direct the traffic so the judges don't have to worry about that. They make sure kids are getting to where they need to be to make sure they're in their spots and not missing a signal from the judge. And several of those I've been fortunate to have them as my teammates, so I'll give them a shout out on here. But they're doing a nice job. Connor's not in boots today, so I'm guessing his feet are starting to hurt him.
Oh,
but
that looked painful yesterday. And then we've got Mr. Ripley also here, doing.
Yes.
He's been here for the past 2 or 3 days. And another really neat thing that we got to do is meet all of the volunteers, all the classifiers, and all the behind the scenes people that do an awesome job and really and truly are the reason that San Antonio Livestock Show can be what it is. And so a lot of them are just county extension agents here to donate their time. Have been here. I think the longest one, or the person I met them had been here for over 20 years.
Yeah.
And that's incredible. Definitely a thankless job, I feel like, at times.
Yes, and I think the superintendents and everyone here and the committee members all do a very nice job of organizing the shows and putting their emphasis on the right places. And we actually got to talk to Dr. Ramsey about, and Dr. Ripley too, about a couple of things, the new things they're trying to implement. And one of those, especially that's coming in on the sheep side, is a virtual classification system. So that will go through and put the information into an iPad and an online system network that will actually, if a kid does get classed out, it will provide the information as to why. So people aren't wondering why they're getting classed out or why something didn't class the way that something they thought should have. And that's awfully neat, especially considering a lot of these are school programs or kids that may have mentors that maybe didn't come up raised in it, or even just families that are concerned as to why their kid didn't get into the class they thought. And the idea behind that is to really provide a learning experience and to provide something that answers that will give back to the families and ag teachers and mentors and allow those kids to come back better the next year. And that's awfully really, really neat they're implementing this year. So that's been a neat thing to get a front row seat to, and then get to pick Ramsey's brain on and a lot of the classification men's brain on too.
Yeah, and although it takes maybe just a little bit of extra time, I think it really emphasizes how San Antonio really tries to make everything as equal as possible for these exhibitors. They're trying to make it as even of a playing field as they possibly can, even down to classifying them and making sure that exhibitors know why they classed out, and maybe to make sure it doesn't happen next year for those exhibitors. And it looks like we've already got our top 6 up here. So it looks like they're trying to get 7th, 8th, and 9th sorted. And like you guys will see if you watched yesterday or today, this happens a lot where they'll kind of pick their top 6 and then make sure that they talk with one another, converse, and make sure they really get those 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th places correct. And honestly, I think they've probably spent more time on those than they even have on their first and second placers. And that really just kind of speaks to what Steve and Cash both told us that on Monday night was, and that they're really preaching or doing what they're preaching, I guess is a good way to say it, and that they truly do care about that placing and making sure that the difference between 9th and 10th is a big paycheck, and so they want to get it right. And if you were listening to Kylie and I yesterday on the goat side, we complimented a couple people's show shirts, so we might bring that back this morning if everybody gets too bored.
We also complimented their outfits, but I think Steve and Cash are wearing pretty similar to what they wore yesterday. But nice outfits regardless, boys. Nice outfits regardless.
Got the khakis, got the ties. I think by the end of yesterday, ties were off and a couple of jackets were thrown off.
Yep.
But it was over 82, 83 degrees here in San Antonio, so personally can't blame them too bad.
We're going to go through and talk to the few kids that they're going to go ahead and excuse, and then keep working through the 9 they got out here for those sale qualifiers and try to get them into the right spots. And hopefully we'll have some results for you here soon as they work through those and get on to Class 3.
Yeah, and I guess I just realized that Kylie and I really didn't introduce who we are, so we'll go ahead and run that down because I'm sure most of you guys don't know who we are. My name's Cheyenne Emerson.
Let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Like I said, from Tuttle, Oklahoma, went to Redlands Community College there, down in El Reno, Oklahoma, and then now I'm a senior at Oklahoma State, and was just on their national livestock judging team.
Subtle flex.
Just a little bit.
I'm Kylie Kunzler. I'm currently a senior at A&M, and I'm originally from a very rural, small town in the northwest corner of Utah. I would have got my start in collegiate judging through Butler Community College and Mr. Taylor Frank, and then transferred to Texas A&M, and very appreciative for, I think Cheyenne would also agree with this statement, very appreciative for all the coaches that we've had along the way, and the coaches that have had a hand in our success, whether it be small or big, and those that have gotten us to the places that we're at now, and those that have fed into our passions and really allowed us to see not only the success that we could have if we believe in ourselves, but also that we have a lot of value to add to this industry if we choose to.
Yeah, if you guys haven't listened, Top Judge also does a podcast, and it's really neat. They interview people way above my pay grade, to be honest, that I really find neat. But one of the really cool opportunities is we also get interviewed through that podcast. And not to spoil anything, but Mr. Brian Kaysen asked us who would we like to thank on the podcast, and I replied really quickly back, and I was like, well, there's about 30 people that I think I need to thank, because without all of them I wouldn't be here with where I am today, but a lot of those people were my judging coaches and mentors for sure. Special shout out to my junior college and senior college coaches too while we're here, Spencer Scotton and Macy Scotton, and then Parker Henley, all three very influential people in my life that I think are truly great livestock evaluators.
Yes. I think that's the interesting thing, too, is you get us all down here from different institutions and a lot of universities that had success at one point or another, and those that came before us, and teams that come before us, and alumni that have all helped us and shaped us in ways that you may not even think about when you're in the van or traveling or trying to work up a set. But as we're not even out of that far, so I mean, I guess the nostalgia is probably going to hit even harder in about 10 years, but I think just reflecting on the ways that these universities and the people that we've been able to surround ourselves with has truly shaped us. And I think that's the neat thing about Top Judges. We're all from different universities, and I mean, just right here we have kids from A&M, OSU, Tech, Iowa State,
Pennsylvania,
State, and Kansas State as well. And I know the cattle kids and hog kids are coming in this week, and they'll have even more, and some from the same universities. But just getting to network with everybody and getting to make friends with everybody, and those acquaintances that turn into friendships, and those friendships that turn into lifelong people that eventually come close to family. So that's been something that I've really been reflecting on lately as we're getting ready to graduate and just move on and transition from one stage to the next.
Yeah, it's something I've always tried to keep in mind in my 4 years of judging collegiately, was that although these are my competitors, and at the time I 100% wanted to beat them, after the 4 years, these were going to be the people that I was going to be in the industry with for the rest of my life, and I wanted to make sure I had good connections, and that those people knew that they could rely on me and I can rely on them, and that just a phone call away. We were talking to a gentleman earlier this morning as Kylie and I were waiting to actually get on this live stream, and he said that he thought he could call, somebody to call in every single state in all 50 states. And the thing is, I didn't blink an eye, because I was like, yeah, me too. If I had a flat tire in any state, there was somebody that I could call that I could at least get me somewhere and help me out. And I think that's something that not a lot of young people, or really people in general, can say outside of our little livestock industry here.
They've got it narrowed down to their top 5. And I think another thing to point out, too, is just as they go through the ring, there's a lot of good showmen that are going to come through. And the 2 young ladies and 3 young men out here, they're doing a really nice job on this front line. A lot of other exhibitors that have come through the ring that are doing nice jobs as well. And shout out to those kids for getting in and digging into those animals and getting them set up and trying to get the most out of them here for Steve and Cash. I'm sure they appreciate it, too.
Yeah, some of them that just look really fresh to me.
Yeah.
I mean, just from our view, it's really impressive. And I think this is kind of one of those times that you're just kind of sitting back when you got your top 5, and they're all really nice. It also gets really fun, I think, when you get to kind of break them down like this.
Well, a really nice class, a tough class to sort because I think we have some differences in maturity and that makes some differences in handle. That makes some differences in how much muscle they're putting on the right size frame and that proportional balance thing. But I think when you look at them and these two, when they walked in, just demand your attention. I was telling Cash that this one's got a V in the middle of his chest that he got muscle on both sides and got a big old arm and forearm and big old feet. And when he came in the ring, I remembered him. And I think sometimes when we're sorting and people think that we're sorting that how is he sorting when they're coming in? Well, that front end quality imitates on back and goes all the way through that sheep. And so I'm looking at the front end and I'm seeing that front end, I'm seeing that forearm, I'm seeing that quality of front end, how that neck ties in, and then I get about halfway and I'm looking at proportional balance, and then I get to the other end and I'm looking at muscle. Now sometimes I don't even have to get to the other end because you can see their stifle coming at you. You can see they're wider as they're coming at you at the back part, and so they can take 2 or 3 steps in and you can see that quality, and this one has that quality, and so does the one in second. To me, you can see their structure and the way they set their feet and legs and those things, and they work their way up to the top of that, and then it's taking the muscle and how it's put on that frame and analyzing it and putting it in a package that goes. I'll tell you that I'd like to see the neck set and the side profile and the stand on this one like this one. If I could put these two completely together, we'd have almost a perfect sheep. And I don't say that very often, but we'd like to see them, the two combined. I think the biggest difference is there's, and I used to tell my livestock kids this, where's the bigger differences? Is there a bigger difference? And the bigger difference is this one has a really big loin, a really big hip. He's got more total muscle in his hind saddle. He's a little wider made, a little bit more pulled apart in the front end. Yes, he's a little forward in his neck. I'd like to stretch that neck out and jerk it up when he's on the stand. Now, when this one goes on the move, it's like that breastplate comes up and he looks a lot different and he looks even better than he does on the stand. And so putting those two things together, along with that extra muscle, I think this one has to go to the top. Feet and legs, really good. Structure, skeletal quality, really good. Balance aspect, really good on both of them. This one, no doubt, a little bit cooler about the front, a little bit laid in better on the shoulder. But when we get up into that blade and we get up into that rib shape, we're not as bold there. We're not as wide back through our loin. We'd really like to widen this one's loin and get it a little deeper. But boy, hip, hind leg, hock, that one really imitates what I look for in one that has a good hip posture, and that one does. I love that hip. I love that levelness. I like the way that hind leg comes down and the muscle there. I like the way he sets those feet down with authority and just moves real nicely. I got to have just a little bit more of him today. It's almost like he's 2 weeks off from being perfect, and we're not there. He's got his end point is today, and so we're judging him on today. Third and fourth, these two girls have really nice sheep that are really balanced nicely. They get out horsed. They get out quality-wise as far as front end. They're not quite as cool about their forearm, their chest floor, and the way they are coming at me. When I get on top of this one, to me, this one just has more stuff. It's just bigger in its rib, bigger in its rack, bigger in its loin. Really nice out through that hip. It's got a lot of leg muscle. Just a tad longer than the one in fourth, and sometimes that's good and sometimes it's bad. But I think proportionally wise, he balances out nice. I'd like to change his blade just a little bit up, get him up in his chest floor a little bit, and this one does that. But I think this one needs to be a notch longer. I think this one needs to be just a little bit better as far as width coming at me in comparison to the one in front of it. I think a really nice balanced sheep, a really good, just practical, good consumer type sheep that we like a lot of things about. We get into fifth, and this young man's sheep walks real good. You love him on the walk. When you get him out here with the top five, he just doesn't have enough stuff. He runs out of gas. Love the profile, love the shape, love all that. We just need more of it. We need to be more massive through the loin, more massive out through the hip. Really good looking one, really good on his feet and legs, moves real nicely. Got to have more of him to move up. I think the difference in the skeletal quality and structural quality and the way he moves gets him in fifth over the next four. We'll let Cash talk about the last four.
Yes, a young lady that comes out in 6. A sheep, in terms of his weight distribution from the side, is very, very appropriate. Maybe at the same time, a little bit more mature in terms of look up through the front portion of his body. Didn't read that guy just as amplified in terms of the shape right out of the backside of his out of the backside of his blade. Wide-bodied sheep though, that makes some sense in terms of his look from the side. Just got to seem a little bit more youthful up front, a little bit more aggressive in terms of his back shape. Young man that comes out next, kind of the opposite end of the spectrum, a real high-headed sheep that's expressive, lean, and high cut ability at the same time. Got to see that guy a little rounder in terms of his natural rib cage. Just need to stouten him up in terms of his foot and his bone work. Maybe just a little raw in terms of the shape down his back line, but definitely a sheep that you have to appreciate. Young man does an awesome job getting presented. Giant Hipton and Rumped One comes out next. If you want to tell me from the three-quarter view that sheep holds a big advantage, I'd agree with you. At the same time, with studying from the side, need to see him a little bit more altitude at the point of his shoulder. I need to carve him out right there at the base of his blade, just make his lines come together. Man, that is a wide skeleton, big muscled sheep that the young lady does an awesome job with. Young man that rounds out the class, a sheep in terms of his underline balance is very good. That sheep is still opened up and practical in terms of his body, maybe just a little bit more generic in terms of the way that he wants to wear his shape up high, maybe not just as stout and as comfortable in terms of his rear leg travel, but a very, very good class. My compliments to all those kids and their families. If you would, let's give them a big hand.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
All right, our third class of medium wools, which is class 30 in the book, is entering the ring. These weigh 131 to 135. Our next group to check in will be class 4, which is 31 in the book.
Well, we've got Class 3 here coming into the ring. They've gone ahead and pulled their initial 4 out here, and they're going to go ahead and keep them. They'll start weighing back and getting those kids into classification while the rest are still coming around the lap, and Steve and Cash are giving them a look.
Yeah, for those of you who didn't watch the last class, I thought that class winner was really, really nice. Steve talked him up very highly. It was very, very impressive class throughout, honestly, just for second class of the day.
Lots of nice lightweight medium wools are going to be coming in here, and Steve and Cash were just laughing and talking with the interns about if this is setting the pace for the rest of the day, they're going to have to probably get their thinking hats on. But it's going awfully nice for just being here, what, an hour and a half in?
I think
Almost
we're
2
an
hours.
hour and a half
So-
in. Feels good still, not too warm. Steve was asking one of the little girls if she was wearing a big bow, and he asked if she thought it would look as good on him as it did her, and she
I'm gonna
looked at
go
him.
with no.
She said, probably not.
No offense to Steve, but I'm gonna go with no. Probably it wouldn't match his eyes. Wouldn't bring out his eyes.
Yeah,
you know?
maybe not his outfit today.
Yeah.
Maybe if we wore a pink blazer.
Probably not his color.
Yeah, it was a bright pink bow for those of you who didn't see it.
If you are just joining us today, our judges are Steve Sturts from San Angelo and Cash Allen from Oklahoma. I don't know the exact town. Sorry, Cash. But they've been working through all of our breeds yesterday, and then today they'll conclude with the medium wools, and we'll get our grand drive here this afternoon, which is shaping up to be awfully impressive. The breeds we had to go through yesterday, the Dorpers, fine, and the fine wool crosses,
And
and
the South
South
Downs,
Downs,
yeah.
very impressive on the top end, and everything that came to us was awfully neat, and it was fun to get to be on the front row seat and down in the ring yesterday, and really hands-on approach to it, and get to see him up close. Not as same as Steve and Cash got to see him, but darn
Pretty-
near right there with them. So it was awfully neat.
Yeah, pretty close. We actually got into go into the ring quite a few different times and kind of see the view that they see when the sheep hit the ring, what they see on the profile, and actually had our mentors kind of stand with us while we were doing that and talk us through what they would see, maybe the things that they would do or how they would even just use the ring. Thought that was really neat. And so we're on class 3 of our medium wools. We'll have one more class, and then we'll do our first division of the day.
Well, another good set. Again, these kids have worked with this project since at least October when validation was, and some of them much before that. They've put a lot of work and effort into it, and that's a big part of the process, and we appreciate them showing to us at San Antonio and bringing them, and hope that they go back and continue to feed sheep or feed something and continue in the 4-H and FFA programs, because there's nothing better for them than that. I can promise you, whether they're first or last today, the things they're learning and the lessons they're learning are invaluable. And when I shake the hand and look these kids in the eyes and talk to them, and they smile, and some of them are nervous, some of them cry, we go through all these emotions, and it's kind of hard on an old man, but at the same time, I know that the program as a whole is what we're talking about, and we're raising good kids in this ring, and these kids deserve a round of applause as they leave the ring for the efforts they put into it this far.
Alrighty, we're bringing the sift back through that they just sifted through for Class 3 of the medium wools. We'll go ahead and, I think, make a whole lap here, and then he'll kind of sort them off like he's been doing, picking his top 5 or 6, and then really working through those last 7 through 10.
Results from Class 29. Ninth place, Wyatt Ballard, Parker County 4-H. 8th, Allison Throckmorton, Bexar County 4-H. 7th, Drake Lee, Midlothian FFA. 6th, Zaylin Burnside, Jordanton FFA. Breeder is Jet Livestock. 5th was Hudson Dormus, Brownwood FFA. Breeder is Moore Livestock. 4th went to Katie Lynn Irwin, Klein Oak FFA. 3rd was Audrey Carr, Randall County 4-H. 2nd was Cale Anderson, Midlothian FFA. And our class winner was John Ferguson, Meadow FFA. Congratulations. Once again, class 31, which is the fourth class of medium wools, should be checking in.
Stephen Cashier have your 8 pulled in this class. They're looking for their, or I guess probably deciding on the last one they're going to pull in to rework for sale lots here, and then on to getting your top 5 and those they're going to work and who's going to come back for Division Drive. We have one more class after this, Class 4 in Division 1. and those will come in at 136 to 138. This class is 131 to 135. So honestly, getting tighter on our weights, and I think definitely not slacking in any means when it comes to quality. A young lady here in the lime green shirt up front's got an awfully nice silver hide weather that brings to us, and lots of white face and white speckles down there that are doing the same. But Cash and Steve are going to go ahead and talk to the 4 on the rail and get them on their way, and then I think rework these 9, and we'll be set to almost start wrapping up D1.
Yeah, I think just looking along ringside, there's some really nice sheep. Young lady in the pink shirt's got a really nice one, moving all the way down to even their last pick of that young lady in the green shirt. And we're go ahead and congratulating all those individuals.
Thank you, lamb
walking out.
exhibitors.
I think that was the deepest set of lambs that have walked out that aren't going to end up making the sale. So
Steve just handed the mic back to 3 people.
yesterday, I don't know if you guys heard, he mentioned that he started talking, thinking Cash was right behind him, talking about the class, and it ended up, I think,
One of the interns.
being one of the interns, and they looked at him and were like, "Yeah," and he looked back. It's like, wrong person, sorry. So Steve kind of talked to us about how sometimes he really gets in that zone and kind of just numbs everything out in a way. And he almost tries not to let himself get in that because he takes it a little too serious, is what he said. And he never wants to take life too serious and wants to make sure that he's always making it fun for all the exhibitors. And so I think that might have been one of those times that he got a little too much in the zone, but luckily one of the interns pulled him right back out.
At least they didn't disagree with him, right?
That would have been funny.
Yeah.
Actually, I think you should switch the pair, please.
Yeah, they've been great to work with. Steve and Cash both have spent time with us in the mornings when we get here, hanging out before the show, and they'll ask us our opinions. Not that they matter much in the grand scheme of things, but very conversational and very talkative, and it's been awfully fun here the last couple of days. Just get to talk with them and get to see just how they work, and then getting to hear them joke with each other and laugh with the interns, and they're keeping it very lively out here. Steve gets a pretty serious look on his face sometimes, but he's probably thinking funny things in there, so it's all good.
A note to everyone: don't be scared of Steve. I used to be.
Yeah.
I used to think he was so scary. He's actually a great guy. That's really funny. Very nice. I think every time we've seen both of them, they've asked us, "What questions do you have for us?
Yep.
What's y'all's opinion?" Not that I
Yeah.
think my opinion matters at all, but it's really nice to be asked, and it's been really fun just throughout the whole day to get to kind of see him. I think at times maybe we all think the judge in the ring is maybe on a different platform or not like all of us, and I'm definitely here to say we're all the same people. We're all just humans.
Yep.
Go through the same thought processes, mess up on things, and laugh together. So it's been really refreshing to kind of get to see the other side of things.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten a lot of funny Steve stories. I feel like these last couple of days.
Not even just from him, but
just from everyone. It seems like everyone's got a Steve story to share with us, which has been lots of fun. And we won't share all of them, but I did learn that Steve has taken defensive driving on his iPad while driving. So. Which I would probably do the same thing. So that's very funny to learn. But they're going to keep working down this top 5 here and finish up class 3. And I think maybe one of the deepest classes we've had so far. These top 5 are awfully nice out here on the front line. All the showmen are doing an awfully nice job getting them stuck again. The Texas kids sure put in the work and know when to get one stuck and when to all gas, no brakes. So it's been fun to watch from our view, and I'm sure people in the stands could agree.
Yeah, good showmen make it way more enjoyable. And if any of you guys have been around Steve at all, he always, I feel like, has an AirPod
Tag
in. So
number 681031. We need you to check in. 681031.
So this might be the one and only time you don't see him with an AirPod in. So everyone take the photos and enjoy the moment.
Yeah.
Well, a difficult class. I think we have some variances. I think we've got some real quality up here and some real quality all the way through. Appreciate the quality that has been brought to this class. And then we have some differences, and we have some that shine at times and maybe don't look as good at a different view. And we'll talk about those things. I can tell you that this is a lot of fun to me. Working with kids and being able to line up good stock is a lot of fun. And to be transparent, I made it a goal, if I was going to be on a two-judge thing, that I was going to be transparent with the people out there. And I know I cover my mouth because somebody's going to read my lips, and I don't always say the right things, and so I don't want to make it look like I'm not transparent in that way. But basically, when we get into these, I'm talking to Cash about this is how I see them, and then he is bringing out those same points and saying the things that basically I see, and basically validating what I'm doing. I don't know if I said this yesterday. I don't know if it's just out of respect to me or he thinks the same way I do, but I think he thinks he lines them up a lot like I do, and when he talks them, I need him to be a little bit less flamboyant and a little bit easier on my meat and potato type speech. He's got a little more flowery speech, being younger and having all them terms, but I do appreciate him up here, and I do appreciate the support, and I do appreciate having a young man with his talent go through this and shadow me and watch. Like I said, he may go home and say, man, that crazy guy thinks really weird about things, but hopefully he can sort it out and see what my mindset is and what I go through sorting them, and then come up with a way that works for him that in these bigger rings and these bigger things. I'll tell you, we talked last night, and he was really impressed with the off breeds, and I told him it's going to be really fun tomorrow because I've had the chance to do Dallas, Fort Worth, and Austin, and I've watched from the sideline at San Antonio and know the qualities here. Also know the quality after I judged Fort Worth that ended up at San Antonio and Houston that year, and just amazing the amount of sheep and the good sheep that are here and the quality in these classes. In saying that, this class was a little tougher. I don't know that there was one that just jumped out and said pick me, so to speak, one that just had all those pieces that I'm looking for to get up towards that top end. But when you really start analyzing and breaking them down, this young man's sheep at the front comes to the top nicely, really level, really good in his top line, really balanced from the side. Again, I'm big about that hip, hind leg posture. This one has that kind of hip and hind leg posture I like. We've got some touch on the top as far as firmness and touch and tone. We have some freshness down the top as far as having a little finish laid on there to make this one bounce back at you when you handle him. Really nice as far as the way his blade ties into his forerib. He's just a little deeper and flatter in that lower rib. That's where I'd really like to change him. I'd like to give a little more roundness and tuck that chest floor up just a tad to make him more ideal, I guess. But one that I think with the attributes and qualities that we're looking at there comes to the top nicely. I think it's harder between second and third. This one has moments that he shines and you think, man, he needs to go to the top. When he first walked in, there's times you see him on the walk, you think he's got to go there. On the stand, he's not quite as attractive to me as maybe the sheep on either side of him. Really handles nice as far as raw muscle shape, really lean. This one will yield out really nicely. Good in his loin, tremendous in his loin shape. Maybe could be a little bit smoother in his shoulder and compared to the one in first. Maybe could have a little more muscle compared to the one in third, but I think he fits in second in those moments that he shines. We need to rock him back just a little bit at times and not flex him out as far as his hock's concerned, and I think he gives a better look on the side. This one next, this is the power sheep in the class. Wide going away from you, wide coming towards you, big arm, really nice in that cage, really big as far as that rack shape's concerned. We'd like to see his transitions down his top just a little smoother, a little more seamless, if you will. We'd like to clean that shoulder, maybe change that neck set just a little bit, ever so slightly to look more like especially the first, but even like the second. We like the power in that one. Just need to smooth him out and make him a little bit neater. This next one is smoother and neater, but he gives up the muscle. Not quite as wide in his loin, not quite as neat out through his tail head. We'd like to make him a little wider there. Really good pattern. Another one I pulled on the walk because when he walked in, he just demanded your attention as far as that front end quality and coming at you, and then that side profile. When we get back to the 3/4 of the butt view, we'd like to make him better up high in that hip. But I think when you look at his flank, rear flank, front flank relationship, I think when you look at his foot size, the forearm, the way his front end ties together, he's got to go there in fourth. I'll let fifth. I'm sorry. When we go fifth, I'm gonna let you talk six down. Really a nice one as far as patterns concerned. Really a nice one as far as touch and tone. This one doesn't match as well from his forearm to stifle, and what I mean is he's got a big old forearm, and when we compare it to his stifle and his muscle in his rear, and we look at that inner thigh even, we'd like it to balance just a little bit better. Push more down towards that hock, give me a little more rear end compared to that front end. Somewhat the caboose and the engine don't match quite as well, but I think they're close, and I think they're close enough, and I think when you look at the flank and rear flank relationship, we're good. You get on top of that sheep and you handle him, and you really like the handling qualities. Touch and tone, freshness. This young lady's done an excellent job with him. He's really smooth from his loin into his hip, and those characteristics and qualities is what's got him here. Appreciate the foot size. Another really nice looking one that's got some muscle. Could be a little bit more muscular in comparison to some of them up above him, but just a real practical, nice sheep. I'll let Cash talk the rest of them.
Yes, a young lady that comes out in six, a sheep that's very smooth in terms of his pattern from the side. I thought that his lines came together very good. That sheep stands on some foot and some bone. I think his expression of muscle is appropriate at the same time. Maybe level at best in terms of height of shoulder. Whenever you compare him to the ones that go out ahead of him, is he truly just as opened up in the shape of his body cavity? Is he as maxed out in terms of spread up high? Maybe what limits him to right there. Young lady that comes out next, big outline sheep that's tall shouldered and got some extension up front, a little bit awkward in the way that his neck attaches in the front side of his shoulder, maybe a little rounder in the way that he's built in terms of the lines to his rear skeleton. Didn't see that guy just as touching, as firm and as expressive as some of those that go out ahead, but a wide-bodied, big outline sheep. Young lady done a nice job hustling through. Young man that comes out next, a sheep that's very attractive in terms of their top line balance, very appropriate in the way their spine all the way out through their hip, stout featured, heavy bone at the same time. Lower rib cage wants to close up ever so slightly. Didn't see that sheep progressing back near as stout and as big in terms of his pin set or have the same kind of curl to his lower twist and stifle as some of those that go out ahead. Young lady's blue sheep that rounds out the class. Expressive, long pattern, and good in terms of her forerib. Maybe a little drier in terms of her flank. Maybe not just as opened up and as powerful as some of those that go out ahead, but a really nice class. If you would, let's give those kids a big hand.
Class 31, which is the fourth class of medium wools, is in the ring. These weigh 136 to 138. Here in a little bit, we will need our first and second places from the first three classes to come check in for our Division I drive. Results from Class 30. Ninth place was Jaden Sands, Santa Gertrudis FFA. Eighth was Nixon Ray, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Valentine Club Lambs. Seventh was Sydney Wilson, Brownwood FFA. Sixth was Isabella Weiss, Tilden FFA. Fifth went to Kendall Harris, Deer Park FFA. Fourth was Rayleigh Zapalak, Wise County 4-H. Third went to Guthrie Creel, Young County 4-H. Breeder was Rockin' Sea Farms. Second went to Sutton McMahon, Coleman County 4-H. Breeder was Stokes Livestock. And our class winner was Callan Pruitt, Abbott FFA. Congratulations.
We are making our last round for class 4 of medium wolves, the last class before division. So class 31 overall. Steve is talking to the last few kids, making his rounds, making sure he's double checked everything, and then we'll go ahead and sift them and work through our last class of Division 1.
So as we look at these and talk to these youth about what we're looking for, when we go through the line the second time, obviously they didn't get pulled on the walk, so there's something that didn't excite us or excite me, I guess, about the front end quality and the way they're put together. And that doesn't mean I don't miss one every once in a while, and I'm willing to admit that on the mic and willing to put one up if I do miss one. But when we talk about them, a lot of times I'll handle one and think one's maybe worthy of weighing, and I'll ask Cash, what do you think? And he'll say, let's look at them sideways, or yeah, I think that one's good, and we agree on most of the time, every time so far that I've said that, and he said, look at him sideways. I say, yeah, I agree, and I think that's correct, and then we'll take some to the scales, and then once in a while we'll get another one out here, and there's something we liked about him on the handle. But he doesn't look good enough to be pulled at this time because he's on the walk or on the side profile. He's not quite the look we're looking for. Or there's one that's got the look and doesn't have quite the muscle. And that's the same old thing, copycat paste, whatever you want to call it in each class, is we get some that have a lot of muscle and look like maybe with that amount of muscle they ought to be pulled, but there's a problem with their skeleton, there's a problem with their front end, they don't tie together, they don't balance, whatever it is. And then we have a lot of sheep that are really cool looking, really neat, and just don't have enough to them. They don't have enough rib shape, dimension to their body. They're not pulled apart enough, maybe not enough bone and stoutness to them. So really good set of sheep. Again, these kids, I tell them, man, they've done an excellent job of feeding them. We have very few that are too fat. We have very few that are too thin. Hide quality, taking care of them at the house. They need to be commended on that. And the only way they're going to get any recognition today for that is a round of applause as they leave the ring. So let's do that as they leave the ring, because a really nice set, good set of kids.
We have 19 coming back here for this last lap around, and for them to figure out and decide between in Class 4 of Division 1. Stephen Casher working through them pretty. They've amped up the speed, that's for certain. We've been timing them. So
I think we were averaging about 45, 50 minutes a class. So, yeah, going a little faster. And Kylie and I were just kind of scanning over what we've got. We went and grabbed a little snack first. And then these are really nice just throughout. I think this is by far the most we've kept back from the first sift. And so there will be 9 or 10 that don't even get a placing here. But all really, really quality, especially those first few that he pulled out.
I'm gonna go back through and probably rehandle a couple of their ones they're trying to decide on for sale lots, and then we'll make another sift, and they'll go ahead and excuse a lot of these kiddos in this ring, and then we'll start working on placing our top 5 for class number 4 here in Division 1.
Yeah, and for those just tuning in, like he's been doing in every class, he'll kind of pick through the ones that he think is going to be his top 5, top 6, top 7, and then really make sure that he gets those last few sell spots accurately in the right ones. So a little different than maybe what most judges do, but I think it's we talked to him this morning about it, and he said he thinks it's the most efficient way to also make sure that all the kids get the best look possible, and so definitely very admirable with that. And have you been watching Steve at all during today? He's pretty comical. He's been laughing with the exhibitors more than even normal for him, making jokes, I feel like, in every single class.
It's been neat to hear from.
Still have one lamb we're missing for our first division drive. If you have a first or second place from the first 3 classes, need you to check in.
It's been neat to hear from both Steve and Cash today, and they've been splitting the classes, taking a couple more, and Steve will talk the top 5, and Cash will talk the remaining 4. But it's been nice to hear from both of them and allow people to just hear from the people that are on the inside of the ring. And like we mentioned earlier, this is San Antonio's first time doing the 2-judge system in the small ruminants, and it's been, I think, very beneficial, and I think a lot of people have had and given positive feedback for it. So I think it's something that we could definitely be seeing come to the forefront for a lot of our majors here, especially as we proceed into the fall.
Yeah, I agree. And I think they both sound very differently, so it's kind of nice to get to hear 2 different people on the microphone for one class. I really enjoy listening to both of them. Cash is from Keys, Oklahoma, so been around him a little bit during my lifetime, and I really enjoy just the way he sees livestock, way he describes them. Definitely very easy to understand. And with the 2-judge system, I've always thought, why not? I mean, we've put so much resources and honestly money into these livestock. I would love an extra pair of eyes, and that's kind of something that both of these guys have been talking about throughout the week. Is just we're gonna miss stuff. We're all human, and so there's probably 1 or 2 sheep that maybe Cash has kind of talked to Steve about, and vice versa, and really made sure that they're reading all the livestock right, especially when it gets longer in the day. These guys, how many head of sheep did we have? Was it?
I think they said around 1220.
Yeah, like
So over the last 2 days, they'll have sorted through around roughly 1,200 head.
and worked about 10-hour, 12-hour days, all on their feet. We were also joking. We saw Steve holding a water bottle but not drinking much water. So they're really grinding out here.
He's going to go ahead and start pulling out those 9 he wants to keep back to try and designate for sale lots here.
Yeah, I really like those sheep, those first couple of sheep. And that one's got a really cool pattern, too.
Pushing him out a little farther than usual on this class, but
I bet they're
sure we'll
expecting
swing him back
yeah,
around.
grab a few more than normal, maybe.
It's been funny, too, to listen to Steve and Cash just talk about being put in the position of the 2-judge system that they're in, because Steve's told us many times that he didn't want it to be just that they showed up and started judging together. So I guess they've had phone calls and been in contact and doing a lot of stuff over the phone to try to get to know each other and know how they're going to work together and feel out the atmosphere that they were going to be put in here for the next, well, not next, but the 2 days they were here on the dirt in San Antonio. So that's neat to hear and interesting. And it's good to see how enjoyable they can be about the situation when it's a new thing, especially something that neither of them have ever done before.
Yeah, I think it's funny to watch Cash, too, and Steve's talking, because he just kind of smirks and just gives a little smile. He does very quiet and reserved for sure, but they both seem like they're enjoying it. And I think this is the most unique we've seen the class set up. They've already pulled, is it 8? Yeah, so they've already pulled 8 exhibitors. So I'm wondering if they might pull a few more and then rack them again.
We're definitely getting into those not bigger but definitely heavier classes where the quality's running even deeper than before. And there's about 2 pounds. Yeah, we have about 2 pound difference on this class which when you think about it, it's awfully tight and awfully close together. So definitely some decisions to be made on their behalf.
It looks like they're gonna sort through all the ones they have left just for that last sell spot. Um, Looks like he's picked his 9. He's gonna kind of talk to all of those exhibitors and then make another sift. And then I'm pretty excited to get these top 9 back in.
Yeah, I think, you know, the lightweights, the first class started off awfully impressive, and then second followed suit, and third just as well. I think this fourth class is really starting to merge us into those middleweights and just how the rest of the day is going to shape up. And I mean, right now, these weights, like, you go anywhere else and this may be your heaviest division that's going to be the hardest. And I think that's just the neat thing about the different regions and locations that we have stock shows and time of year and just how that differs. But this class is no doubt extremely competitive, and I think it's just going to keep on getting better as the day
Folks,
goes
let's give
on.
these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, a really nice class, really deep class, deepest class of the day so far. There were 18 sheep that we went through to get these 9, and I can promise you, if you got pulled at any point in this lineup, the ones that left, the 9 that left, there's some still very high quality sheep that went out the gate, and it went deeper than 9 in this class for sure. And my congratulations to these that stayed in the ring, and I hope those others understand how good their sheep were that left the ring, because it was close, and there's a lot of good ones that were right there, 10th, 11th, 12th, that are real close to being here and in that sale hole. When we get started on this class, I'll be the first to admit that the wool pattern, the wool, whatever happened there, somewhat takes away from this sheep at times, especially at the 3/4 angle for some reason. I was telling Cash, there's times I look at that guy at a certain angle and I don't like him, and I've decided it's because of that color and the way it's changed and the way it is. When you get in for close inspection on this one and you get up towards that front end and you start handling this one and really looking, he's all there. He's all there, guys. I mean, this one's wide in his chest floor, big in his arm, but yet you go around to the top and his shoulder and his blade tie into the top of that rack and into that rib real good. He is really wide and big in that center portion of his rib, really neat as far as his loin shape and hip shape. He strolls around the ring and keeps things together real practically and real nicely. Just a real good one. Had to get over the wool pattern, but I think once you really look at this sheep and put all the pluses and minuses together, he comes to the top nicely. I think it's closer between second and third. This one in second, there's times he looks like a rock star. It's not right now, buddy. Let's get him going. Okay. Sorry. He's an owl-headed one. He's an idiot, I can tell you. I know. I've had him. I've seen him, and I know you're doing the best you can, and that was no disrespect, but I just wanted you to get him looking like a rock star when I'm talking about him. So anyway, he's really big in his rib. He's really big at that rack. Tremendous width out through that hip. He is a little funky in the way he ties at times. Like right there, he's almost looks like a steer, and you've loined him. But one that's really wide in that hip. I love this one's feet and legs. I love his leg posture. He's not quite as wide made coming at me. He's just a tad deeper in his chest floor. Not quite as good there when coming at me as far as width. The one that I gravitate to and I come back and forth, and there's times I think this one could go first, is this next one. This one's just put together so well, just practical sheep, just really put together from front to rear, transitions good. When I go to analyzing him and comparing him to the front two, we're not as big in our bone, we're not as stout in our middle portion of our body, we're not as deep in our flank, and we don't have quite as much leg muscle. And so we're just off enough in all those areas to not go up to second or first. Really practical, really nice sheep, handles real good. Young lady, you do an excellent job of showing him. Just really appreciate that sheep for just being a really good one. We drop that flank and give him just a little more. Maybe 2 weeks would have made the difference in that one. Really, really a good one there. 1 and 4th is one I love walking around. I mean, if this one has more stuff to him, he goes up to the front real nicely. I love this one on the move. I love his hip and hind leg posture. Big bone, big footed, nice forearm, balance from the side. We get on the top side of that skeleton, and there's just not enough there, sweetie. He just doesn't have the width through his loin. He doesn't have the width out through his hip. He doesn't pack as much dimension to the middle portion of his body. But boy, one to look at and just really appreciate for his aesthetics is that one right there. We get into 5th, and this one, there's times that you look at him, he's balanced, he's pretty nice. Maybe could be a notch longer to be a little more proportionally balanced, much like the one right behind him. But this one's opened up in his rib, he's opened up in his front end, his shoulder blends in nicely. Got a good level top in him. Doesn't push with as much muscle down towards the hock. Doesn't have quite the length of body and the aesthetically pleasing views, especially on the move, as the one in front of him. But one that's just real practical. He handles just a little vanilla compared to the ones up there. But he's nice as far as freshness is concerned. I'll let Cash round out the talking on the 6th through 9th.
Nice sheep young man brings, excuse me, out in 6th. Wide-bodied sheep that's muscular. He's smooth in terms of his look. Thought maybe whenever we compare him to some of those that went out ahead of him, maybe whenever we turn the sheep loose, is he just captivating enough in terms of his presence? Wants to get a little shorter coupled, maybe not just as athletic and as agile in the way that he wants to get out and utilize his rear skeleton, but the young man done a nice job getting that sheep ready. He's hydrated, he's fresh, done a very good job getting him presented. Ultra long-bodied sheep comes out next. It's big and square in terms of the shape to the top side of his body. Maybe his underpinning just didn't match quite the same. Need to soften him in terms of his flank, stouten him in terms of his feature. Maybe wants to lock his hock and hyperextend it ever so slightly. But a sheep that's very big and impressive in terms of the spread to his upper skeleton. Sheep that comes out next, big-time pieces in him. His forerib shape is awesome. Very, very good. Right out of the backside of his blade in terms of the shape that he has, in terms of his muscularity. His pin bone is big. His handle is very good. Just as we set the sheep into motion, maybe becomes in a few more pieces. Need to see him a little bit more consistent in terms of his height to shoulder and the comfort level and the way that his neck and his blade blend together. But man, that thing is awesome in terms of his handle quality, his natural just broadness of build. Love the shape of his forerib. Just got to see him come together as we ask him to get out and go. Young lady rounds out the class. A very nice fundamental sheep that has a smooth pattern, some height to shoulder, very good in terms of his lines. Young lady, just whenever we compare him to some of those that go out ahead, not truly as round in terms of his body shape, not as massive in terms of the spread out of his pin bone, but a very, very good class. My compliments to those kids. If you would, let's give them a big hand.
Folks, if you can help us out when you do leave, before you leave, please help us by putting any pins you took apart, put them back together. The show is very nice to allow y'all to take those down for prep areas, but we don't want to abuse that, so please make sure you put those back together because we don't want to obviously lose that privilege.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Results from Class 31. 9th place was Maddox Fleming, Scurry County 4-H. Breeder was Neff Livestock. 8th was Kashner Arnold, Waller County 4-H. 7th was Allie Barrett, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Miller Hampshires. 6th went to Gage Calhoun, DeLeon FFA. 5th was Addison Irwin, Lubbock Cooper Liberty FFA. Breeder was Rockin' Sea Farms. 4th went to Ellie Eccles, Leonard FFA. Breeder was Eccles Livestock. 3rd went to Lottie Owen, Guadalupe County 4-H. 2nd was Mason Wilson, Academy FFA. Breeder was Sharpton Livestock. And our class winner was Michaela Swerk, Farwell FFA. Congratulations. Okay, we are ready for our Division I medium wool drive. Coming out of the first class, first place was Quincy Rains, Haynes County 4-H. Quincy's parents are Abby and Stephen. Second place was Colton Jones, Ellis County 4-H. Colton's parents are Candace and Casey. First place from Class 2 was Thatcher Ferguson, Meadow FFA. Thatcher's parents are Anthony and Tracy. Second place was Cale Anderson, Midlothian FFA. Cale's parents are Brooke and Bobby. First place from Class 3 was Callan Pruitt, Abbott FFA. Callan's parents are Greg and Julia. Second place was Sutton McMahon, Coleman County 4-H. Sutton's parents are Ryan and Heather. First place from Class 4 was Michaela Swerek, Farwell FFA. Michaela's parents are Aaron and Rodney. And second place was Mason Wilson, Academy FFA. Mason's parents are Travis and Denise. Folks, let's give these medium wool exhibitors a big round of applause. Tough spelling.
Well, 8 very nice sheep out here for our Division I champion of medium wools to start off our day. And I think Cash and Steve both went through and talked all of them very highly. And like I've probably stated a million times before, but if this is how the rest of the day is going to go, it's going to be awfully nice by this afternoon and this evening when we get all 4 divisions back out here and select you a champion.
Yeah, and they give you guys just kind of a image of what we can see right now. Aside from very high quality weathers, like Kylie just said, we've also got the stands kind of packed right now. Right before this division came, they all got filled up. It feels really nice outside, and I think the energy's really high. Just the cheering and applause for everybody has been really great to see. It's fun to kind of watch the families in the background kind of be stressed out, honestly. But we've all been there. We know the nerves, and so I think there's some really nice sheep in the set. I'm excited to kind of see what they talk about and what they end up going with.
We will take about a 30-minute lunch break after the Division 2 drive. After Division 2, we'll take a 30-minute lunch break.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and make another lap for those here in Division 1. And this will be one of the last times you hear from Kylie and I. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I know we had a lot of fun, not just today, but also yesterday, both in the goat ring and back here. Maybe a little too much fun at times, but that's all right. We only got a few text messages, I think. So not too
Yes.
bad.
Not too bad. They're going to bring them back around, and I think Steve and Cash are going to go ahead and try to get y'all a grand in reserve so they can keep on moving and keep on going down the line here.
Our 5th class of medium wolves, which is class 34, should be checking in if they have not done so.
And so the weight break between these divisions is 104 to 138.
Well, an excellent set of lightweights. It's been fun working through this set and working with the youth here in this lightweight division at San Antonio. Really appreciate the kids and the way that their presence is in the ring and their stockmanship and that sort of thing. Let's give them all a round of applause, not only these, but the kids that showed earlier in these classes. Appreciate them coming to San Antonio and showing us their stock. We look at this lightweight class, and there were some classes that maybe weren't quite as tough. There were some classes that were really deep, and I think that when we get out here and we look at sheep that are practical and that move nice and that have the right kind of muscle on the right kind of frame and are athletic, right? And as I said, our athletic, I think we've got a really nice set out here. I leaned back to Cash and I said, I didn't never think I'd say this, but I said something I'll tell you after I pick the champions. But when we get them out here, there's two that to me that when you talk about skeleton and movement, you talk about soundness, you talk about structure and skeleton, you talk about having the breastplate in the right place, the roundness and muscle, having some width and some progressive width. I don't always color inside the lines and never have, and I don't conform to a certain weight class being prevalent or needing to be used. I was asked that by the top judge thing, is there something you look for? And I said, no, I wait till I get to the show and see how it sorts out. And I do that because you don't know what's going to come and you don't want to box yourself into something. But I do know that if you know me, proportional balance and look and movement are important. I think the two sheep that move the best, the two sheep that handle the best, the two sheep that are the most proportionate in this lineup are going to be your grand and reserve. I'm going to go shake the hand of your individual with your champion and then reserve. Again, an excellent set. Kids have done an excellent job. I'm going to go shake the hand of that individual. Let's give them one more round of applause. A really nice sheep that I really appreciate the extra body shape. Again, I said the hide and the wool and that kind of took away from him at certain angles, but in close inspection and when you watch this one move and walk out, just really practical, really nice. The next sheep that fits me the best, that really has those things we talked about, movement, looks really good from the side, transitions from front to rear good. For his weight, I think he's the second best one. Your lightweight will be your reserve.
Our Division I champion goes to Mikala Swearick, Farwell FFA. And reserve goes to Quincy Rains, Hays County 4-H. Congratulations.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Again, if you have a class 34, which is the 5th class of medium wools, you should be checked in. That group is about to go in the ring. tag number 677025, and tag number 671820. You're needed at the check-in. Your group is about to go in.
Well, in lieu of time, we're going to change up just a little bit. And again, I want to be transparent. I have every bit of confidence in Cash going through 10 and me going through 10, and then us looking back through them together to make sure we get the good ones. I hate that maybe I'm not going to greet every kid when we go to handle them, but I think that in lieu of time, we're going to speed it up and do it this way and see how it works a class or two. And I hope that y'all understand the need for that. We're not gonna do anything that we think we're gonna miss one, or we're not gonna not take an opportunity to talk to a kid that has one that is close to getting in about the positives and negatives of his sheep. So we're going to continue that. And as I told Jeff, I got every bit of confidence that Cash will pull the ones, because he's been watching me pull, and we've been pulling together, and we think quite a bit alike on those things. And so these kids on the outside, again, really nice set. I told most all of them, you've done a good job of feeding, not too fat, not too thin. Maybe doesn't have quite the muscle, maybe doesn't have quite the skeleton or structure, but a nice set out here. Some are really close, but just not there today. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they leave the ring, because they've done an excellent job.
Class 35 should be checking in. Class 35.
Well, switching gears just a little bit here on the commentator side, you now have Lexi Hunt. Just to introduce myself really quick, again, another top judge participant, but originally from Buckeye, Arizona, grew up showing sheep. And then I attended South Plains College in Levelland, Texas, and then moved on to Texas Tech, where I'm currently finishing up my bachelor's in animal science. Joining me is Jack Habian, who will introduce himself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jack. I'm from Linwood, Kansas. Like Lexi, grew up heavily showing sheep primarily. I went to JUCO at Redlands Community College there in El Reno, Oklahoma. And then, like Lexi, came on down to Texas Tech to continue livestock judging. And I'll wrap up at a bachelor's degree in animal science in May as well.
For those of you that just may be tuning in, this is the first class of Division II. We just got done, wrapped up our Division I division drive. So we got a Grand and Reserve picked, our first division champions within our medium wool division. Again, this is our first class of Division II.
Folks, let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. And we are still missing 3 exhibitors for Class 35. If you have a Class 35, you need to be in the holding area.
Well, an excellent set, especially these top 3 to 5. I think really have some really good qualities, some really good handling characteristics, and then it's sorting those minute things from there. Really enjoyed handling and looking at these. I'll tell you that I told Cash there's a lot of 10th place sheep in this class because finding that 9th one was very difficult, and there was a lot of sheep that were worthy of having that sale hole, and that's the job that I took today, and it's the worst part of the job. But I can tell you that a really nice set all the way down to those last ones we let out were hard to let out in comparison to the ones in 8th and 9th, but just a really good setup here at top. These two, when they walked in the ring, pulled them right away. I think front end quality, just quality of skeleton and structure, these guys came to the top. I just like the extra look that this one gives me from the side. He's a notch longer, and I talk about body proportion, and if he was just a notch longer, he'd be too long for his height for me. He wouldn't balance quite as well, so he's right on that edge. But when you get your hands on this sheep, he comes at you with a lot of muscle on the top side of that skeleton. It's smooth and put together. Obviously, big-footed, big bone. Taking shear the wool off, it doesn't matter. There's bone and foot size underneath that. He's got a big old forearm. His breastplate and underline are just impeccable as far as the way he looks from the side. He motors out and moves and covers his track. Love him on the stroll. He's probably a little neater on the stroll than the one in second. He's got packs a little more punch and a little more muscle and a little more natural base width than the one in second. Now, the one in second, I love the way this one looks from the side as far as blending from front to rear. He probably is a little smoother in his shoulder to his forerib, a little smoother from his blade into the upper part of his rack, one that gets progressively wider. He's not as wide in his pin bones. He doesn't have as much curl and shape to that middle and lower part of his leg, and not quite as much total base width or natural base width as the one in first. But one that moves around the ring nicely. I said he didn't move as well as the one in first. He still moves around the ring and covers his track and does those things we like on the sawdust when we put him on the move. The one in third's not quite as attractive on the move. He wants to get just a little lower in his shoulder, a little lower in his breastplate, a little forward in his shoulder and neck. But when you take him from there back, it's really close between him and the one in second. He probably pushes with a little more width out through his hip and in his leg. Probably has a little bit better 13th rib spread there when we go to handling him, but he just needs to be a little bit better in that front end, be a little bit better in that breastplate, shoulder, and the way he ties together. And I'd like to see him move as well as the front too. Young lady moved up the class with this one, one that I had kind of down a little ways, but the more I handled it, the more I looked at it. This is just, again, I'll talk about practical sheep. He's practical. He's put together nicely. He's balanced nicely. Really good touch and tone. He's fresh to the handle. He's fresh out there. We could maybe make him a little longer. We could maybe change his lower shoulder, put it up just a little bit, make him a little more, he's maybe just a tad mature in comparison to some of the others, but really nice as far as that shape down his top and freshness. One that I had up in the top 3, and I pulled on the walk, and as soon as I pulled him on the walk, I got to the backside. I knew his back 2 were a little questionable. Wants to get a little flexy and out on the hocks, doesn't want, and gets a little straight, maybe just a little weak on the pasterns. It's hard to tell with the wool, but he looks like he's just a tad weak. The longer he's out here, the worse that gets, and he's just not good enough on his hind 2 going away from me. You couple that with the fact that he's got just a little bit of shoulder, doesn't tie together quite as well in that middle part of his blade to the middle part of his forerib. To me, he's got to go 5th today. He's one of those, you fix those back legs, clean that up a little bit. Obviously, he moves up, but a really nice handling sheep. That sheep's got a lot of product in him, young lady, really wide, really big in his middle part. Huge leg, need to change that rear leg posture, need to change that front end just a little bit. I'll let Cash round out these.
Young man in 6th, definitely a sheep that's got some highlights in terms of his backline balance is very good. We like the length of his hip, the hind leg posture that he has. Is maybe whenever we compare him to some of those up ahead of him, he does come with just a little bit more right there through the floor of his breastplate. Didn't read his body cavity, truly just as round and as robust as some of those that go out ahead. But backline balance, height of shoulder, length of hip, and hind leg stability is very, very good. Young man that comes out next, that is a wide-bodied, muscular rascal that is very big in terms of his his rib cage. We love the spread out of his pin bone, the curl that he has to his lower twist and his stifle. At the same time, we just got to get him to piece it together from the side. Maybe a little shorter in terms of his length of side, maybe a little bit more maturity up through the front portion of his body. The young man definitely brought one to play just in terms of skeletal width and raw punch that one has. Young man that comes out next, awesome skin, hydrated sheep that's very good in terms of his touch. Maybe not as electric in terms of his front end character the longer that we study him, but man, that is a good rib, muscular sheep that's very appropriate in terms of his handle quality. And the young lady that rounds out the class, ultra long bodied sheep that's stout in terms of his feature. Thought maybe just in terms of his proportions from the side and his weight distribution, a little bit more length and depth right there through the base of his shoulder. Didn't read his pin set, and his spread from behind is consistent in the way that he's built up front, but a very, very good class. Our compliments to those kids and their families. If you would, let's give them a big hand.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Class 35 is entering the ring, weighing 143 to 145. Next group to check in will be Class 36. Class 34 results. Ninth place was Andrea Phillips, Coleman FFA. Breeder was Glasscock Club Lambs. Eighth, Calendon Summers, Bailey County 4-H. Seventh was Slayton Cantrell, Jacksboro FFA. Sixth was Grady Miles, Highland FFA. Fifth was Brinley Gilbert, Parker County 4-H. Fourth was Elliot Johnson, Denton County 4-H. Third went to Jet James, Wise County 4-H. Second was Heston Hornberger, Blanco County 4-H. And our class winner was Wade Hedfelt, Nueces County 4-H. Congratulations.
Well, as Mr. Sturts and Cash continue to wrap up the sift here and talking to the kids that are getting ready to exit the ring, it looks like we've got 13 that have made it through the scales and are waiting to come back in.
Well, I like the way that worked a little bit better where we started on each end and then we got to go back and look and explain to the kids the opposite way where we got to see all of them. I often tell my kids at home we get a job and we're doing a job, and I'll say, hey, y'all are all doing the same job and I'm paying y'all the same thing. We need to divide and conquer, and that's what we're trying to do here to speed this up. But we're going to make sure that we get a chance to talk to each of these kids, tell them what we think and why they think. Again, these kids did a super job of showing. I'm not seeing, very few lambs are too thin and not been fed good. Few of them a little bit of finish, but I'd rather see them that way than the other way. They've done a good job of skin management, hide management, obviously taking care of parasites and things like that. Those are things that are maybe overlooked when we get to the major show ring, but they're very important. And I think what they show the public to the outside is a bunch of really nice sheep in here that are taken care of well. And I think that's important for us in the education and for San Antonio Livestock Show. Again, excellent set out here. These kids did an awesome job. Just got some that we like a little better as far as structure, skeleton, and muscle. Again, we've got some that have a good structure, need more muscle. We've got some that have more muscle, need to be a little bit better structured is the end game. And so really, really good set of kids. Again, let's give them a round of applause as they leave, because that's the reward they're going to get for today.
Well, some really nice comments there from Mr. Sturts. And I know if you've been listening yesterday and then on in today, we touched on the fact that we got to meet with him and Cash the night before the show just to talk about how they prepared and kind of their plan moving into a show of this magnitude. And I know he touched on and he said it a couple times during the show, but this is the first time he himself has ever even judged with an associate. And so it's nice to see some of the positive aspects of having two judges in the ring and to be able to, in a class of this size, still be able to divide and conquer and make sure that every single kid that enters and exits the ring knows why they necessarily didn't make the sift.
Once again, if you have a class 36, you need to be checking in if you have not done so. Also, as a FYI, they will have a special edition show down at the Goat Ring at 12:15 if anybody wants to go down there and support those kids participating in that. It's a very special event, and encourage y'all to go check that out at 12:15. Just a reminder, we will take a 30-minute lunch break after the Division II drive. Thank you, Lamb exhibitors. Again, if you have a class 36, you need to be checked in. We are still missing 2 for class 36, which is going in next.
Well, an excellent class. I think they logically come together here at the end, and I think 5 up here at the top that really appreciate and taking nothing away from 6 through 9. But because we have some product and some power and some things back there that I think are essential and are good. But this blue sheep, I was starting to wonder if a blue sheep would come in that I really liked. I hadn't seen one that just put those things together, and this guy walks in and changes it all. Really nice about his front, really wide coming at you, really wide going away from you. Really neat the way he strolls and runs around the ring. We appreciate the bone. We appreciate the foot size. We get over top of this one. He blends together nicely. To me, he's just a little bit neater in his neck, in his junction there into his shoulder when we put him on the move. He's just a little bit cooler about his chest floor than the one in second. Pushes with just a little more width at the last rib. I think the one behind him maybe have just a little bit more lower leg muscle. I really like the balance of both of these. When you look at front to rear flank relationship, just think on the move, the blue sheep takes over the first position there over the second one. We look at that second one again. Big down that top, really nice as far as rib and loin shape. Maybe plays out just a little bit as far as lines and delineation of muscle. Not quite as expressive in the rear leg as the one in front of him or the one behind him, but really big as far as his pin set. He has a lot of mass there. I think he's a little bolder in his front, a little bigger in his arm, a little more stout than the one in third. The one in third pets really nicely. I love the freshness of that one. I love the way he uniformly gets wider as he goes back. Not quite as much middle body, not quite as much stoutness as the two in front of him when you look over the top of him and look at the total shape and roundness, but one that you really appreciate that front end, the way he ties together. He's a little neater in his shoulder and his forerib. He's a little neater in that chest floor than the one in second, but he doesn't have quite the dimension out through that loin and out through that hip when we look at him in comparison to the one in second. He doesn't have quite the stoutness. I think it was close between third and fourth. I really like the extension. This one matches the one in third as far as I'm concerned, the way his front end is. He may be a little bit taller and higher altitude at the shoulder. I don't think he blends together quite as well and is quite as smooth in his transitions down his top. But saying that, he's really big at that last rib, really good handling. Another one that's fresh and firm, has that combination of yield grade and quality grade. To me, we could use a little more leg muscle in that inner thigh and carry it down closer to the hock in comparison to the three in front of him. This one in fifth, one that when he walked in, I didn't like his front end. I don't like his shoulder and how it's forward, his neck and how it's shoulder, and how it's length of it and how it ties in. But when you get past that, this one is really good, and this young lady does an excellent job of disguising that, I should say, when she gets him on the stand, because you don't notice it as much. You notice it more when he's on the move, but really big in that center portion of his rib. We'd like to bring that shoulder up, maybe carve a little bit off, as Cash would say, make it a little longer, make him a little longer in his neck, but one that's really big as far as loin size, really neat as far as pin. I like his hind leg and hock posture. I need to change the way he walks off his front end and how his front end is constructed.
Young lady that comes out in 6, definitely a stout featured sheep that's round in terms of his rib cage. Like the spread that he has up high. Maybe at the same time, is he is intense in terms of his shape and his touch? Maybe that's kind of what sorts him down. Also, whenever we set him out in motion, he's got a little bit more roll than ideal right there out of his tail head. Man, his mid-body shape is opened up. I like the sweep to his underline. Very, very stout in terms of his feature. Young lady that comes out next, a sheep that's very athletic whenever he takes to the surface. Love his height to shoulder and the comfort level that he has out of the front side of his body. I think that sheep is still very good in the way that his angles are put together. At the same time, from a muscularity standpoint, whenever you get directly on top of him, you got to ask yourself, is there enough just forerib, loin edge, and pin setting that guy from the 3/4 view? Maybe at times. In relation to his length, I'd like to soften him in terms of his flank line ever so slightly. Young man that comes out next, stout, powerful, rugged sheep that is big in terms of his back shape, ginormous out of his pin set. At the same time, maturity level up through his front end kind of limits him to where he's at. Wants to be a little bit more rock forward and angle to his blade. I'd like to elevate him right there at the point of his shoulder to allow him to come together. But a wide-bodied, stout-featured, muscular sheep. Young man done a nice job hustling through. And a young lady that rounds out the class, incredibly fresh, opened up, powerful sheep. Just at the same time, in terms of his distribution and his balance from the side, a little bit more maturity up front. Like to redesign him right there in his shoulder. But a fresh, opened up, powerful sheep. My compliments to those kids, if you would. Let's give them a big hand.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
All right, class 36 is entering the ring, weighing 146 to 148. Class 37 will be the next group to check in.
Well, we're halfway through Division Two here on the Market Lamb side, and as information comes in, for those of you that were watching or interested, our Division One champion that was selected just a little bit ago, that was exhibited by Miss Kai Swirk, raised by Bar Show Lamb, sired by Chit Chat. Your reserve was exhibited by Quincy Rains, raised by Stoke, sired by Tough Love. So congratulations to those two. It was a great way to go ahead and kick off our medium wools here.
Just a reminder, as you leave and head home, please help us by putting your pins back together if you took any down. They would greatly appreciate that. So please be courteous and help us out with that. Results from Class 35. Ninth place was Haley Brzezinski, Anderson Shiro FFA. Breeder is Sharpton Club Lambs. Eighth was Carter Hornsey, Tom Green County 4-H. Seventh was Roxy Hall, Bradford FFA. Sixth was Bryn Prochowska, Robertson County 4-H. Fifth, Charlotte Leach, Galveston County 4-H. Breeder was Benson Livestock. Fourth, Cahill Assam, Lampasas County 4-H. Breeder was Silvers. Third was Case Pearson, Guadalupe County 4-H. Second went to Maverick Rule, Brown County 4-H. And our class winner was Raider McFall, Reagan County 4-H. Congratulations.
Well, again, a really nice set of sheep. Again, these kids have done an awesome job up to this point. I know there's some disappointment. That's part of the game. It's part of the thing. It's the hardest thing we do is let these sheep out the gate. We wish we could reward every one of them, but the participation trophy in this is not part of it. We're going to place them. We're going to do it, and there's character built day to day and time to time. And believe me, I think that the lessons that this 4-H and FFA will teach these kids will be the things that will make them successful down the road, because I've seen it time and time again. Congratulations to them again. Excellent job of getting them here. Appreciate the fact that they came to show to me and Cash here at San Antonio. Good luck down the road. Let's give them a round of applause as they run these out the gate.
Just a reminder, the only tags that your lambs can have in their ears when they come to the ring are the state validation tag and a Texas Lamb Breeder Association tag. Again, class 37 will be the next group to check in.
Well, looks like we're ready to roll here. Again, looks like we've got 17 that made it across the scales and will be coming back in. So a little bit of a bigger group versus the last class.
Folks, let's give these kids a hand as they exit the ring. lamb exhibitors. If you in any of the previous classes placed and made the auction, the sale, and happen to have received a goat auction card, it sounds like some of you may have, you can come up here and we can exchange it for a lamb auction card with the information.
Well, this one was fun. I almost pulled those first four over to the top four without even handling them. I looked at Cash and said, well, them top four really come to the top. And I said, I think I'll pull them. And then I looked at him and said, we ain't even handled them yet. We better handle them. But we handled them, and they match what they look like. You don't have to handle these top four sheep to see the structure of the skeleton, the muscle, and the way it's put on there. And I think just a war horse of a class. We let a lot out the gate that we could have been like 10th, 11th, 12th, real easy, and placed them on down, and really close to being 9th actually in making the sale. And I think of a saying that John Harbaugh and Jim Harbaugh said about their dad, and it's they were driving in a car, windows down. His dad was a coach at a junior college, and they didn't have any money. And he'd say to his boys, who's got it better than us? And they'd say, nobody. Well, that's what I feel like right now. Who's got it better than us? Nobody. Me and Cash get to look at quality sheep with quality kids out here in a class, and a tremendous, tremendous set. This top four has got some minute things to put together, but we agreed wholeheartedly on how to place these top four and how we liked them. And this one that starts is just really neat. When you talk about structure and skeleton, this one moves well. This one balances well. You get over top of him, and the spread he's got in his rib and his rack, the spread he's got out through his loin and through his hip, he's just a notch wider than the one in second. He's a little wider at the ground than the one in second. He's just a tad better on his feet and legs when he moves around the surface. This one gets wide, and I talk about that hip and hind leg, and I think both of these have a really good hip and hind leg posture, but I give the advantage to the one in first of having a really good one and having it put together right and really putting those feet and legs down. Tremendous. This young man's sheep, if this one was just a notch wider, this would be a real horse race. When you get on top of this one, he blends well, he transitions well, he gets wider as he goes back. He's just not as wide at the blade, he's not as wide at the loin, he's not as wide at the hip, and he doesn't show as much leg muscle. He may not or does not have quite as much muscle as the sheep behind him, but he's longer bodied, he transitions a little nicer, and I like the way he moves and gets wider in the scope and shape of that top when I look down it from right behind him. The young man next, I did have him second at one time because of the muscularity and that extra muscle he has. He's much like the first place as far as having that extra boldness. He shortens up a little bit, gets a little forward in his neck and shoulder. He doesn't have quite he's not quite as aesthetically pleasing. I'm going to say it right here. Give me a second. Give me a second. Aesthetically pleasing to the eye when we look at him on the stand. When we put him on the move, he gathers and collects himself actually a little better. He's not quite as neat in the shoulder, not quite as neat as far as the bottom of his chest floor, and he's not quite as smooth back through that top line as the one in second or the one in first. The one in fourth, one that when we gather him and put him right here, he can move up a spot or two. When we put him in the move, he wants to bunch up. He wants to get just a little bit underneath himself. When he walks, he gets just a little forward in his shoulder. Doesn't look quite as good on the move. When we get him on the stand, we like that rib shape. We like that freshness. We like that width through the loin and hip. We need to change that front end just a tad, move it up ever so slightly, give him a little more altitude. One that we if we could change him on the walk, he sure maybe moves up a spot. I'm going to let him talk 5th through 9th this time because we moved one up the 5th, and I think it warrants comparing them.
Yes, as Steve said, he made a switch right here at the end. I thought the sheep that comes out in fifth, just in terms of his presence, his hide quality, his shape, and his muscularity, kind of fits in those regards. That sheep is awesome in terms of his forerib design. We love the sweep that he has through his flank. He's incredibly good in terms of his touch and his handle up high. Maybe at the same time, whenever we set the sheep out in motion, he gets maybe just a little bit more vertical in the set to his blade, like to lengthen out his hip, maybe see his hind leg hinge with just a fraction more athleticism. But parked right there, his underlying quality is good. His back line reads very, very appropriate, and that guy is muscular and trim. Like I said, whenever we turn him loose, like to alter him right there. Sheep that comes out in six, walking around the ring, he's stout featured, he's flexible, he's loose in terms of his build. At the same time, the longer that he gets out here, just a little bit more empty in terms of his mid-body spread. Got to soften that sheep in terms of his flank, open him up in his forerib ever so slightly right there, just to allow his lower body line to come together. But like his altitude, in terms of whenever he gets out and goes, back line is very appropriate, and that sheep has some muscularity right there through his pin set and his lower twist. Sheep that comes out next, one that in terms of his basic build is very appropriate. That sheep's weight distribution and his balance make a lot of sense. I think the longer that we study that sheep, maybe just gets a little bit more generic in terms of the pieces that he brings forth. He is captivating in terms of some things that he has, maybe not just the bells and whistles, but fundamentally we like that sheep a good deal. Young lady that comes out next, a stout featured sheep that's muscular and opened up and powerful in those regards. Thought that maybe whenever we studied him just from the three-quarter view, the way he was designed through the base of his shoulder and up in his neck, he's got to come together just with a little bit more comfort and athleticism in those regards. The young lady that rounds out the class, park standing still, do a lights-out good job. That thing is very captivating in terms of his feature and his hide quality. He's opened up in terms of his forerib. At the same time, in terms of genuine progression of width, maybe not just as amplified in terms of lean shape out of his back, didn't read him truly as broad out of his tail head and his pin set, but a very, very good class. Our compliments to those kids and their families. Let's give them a big round of applause on an awesome set.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Third was Kason Wooten, Madison County 4-H. Second went to Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. And our class winner was Hazen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Breeder was Neff Livestock. Congratulations. Class 37 is now entering the ring.
Well, this is our last class here within Division II that is now entering the ring. Weight ranges from 149 to 151.
Well, another excellent set of kids and excellent set of sheep in this class again. Looking forward to getting these and sorting them again. There's a lot of what we call betweeners that are real close here to being pulled, and just have something that doesn't hit us right as far as structure or skeleton or the way the muscles put together. A combination of those factors, but a really good job by these kids. We again talked to them and told them what we change about them. I think it's important to use this as an educational event if we can, and we've tried to do that. Again, these kids have done a good job of supervising their project and getting it to this point. Really hands off to them for the job that they've done, because we don't see much as far as just sheep that haven't been taken care of. So congratulations. We hope to see you again sometime and come back to San Antonio. Let's release these guys on the outside and give them a reward with some applause.
We will need our first and seconds from classes 34, 35, and 36 to check in shortly for our Division II drive. As a reminder, we will take about a 30-minute lunch break after the Division II drive. Once again, if you're loading out tack, you should not have your trailer. Thank you, Lamb exhibitors. You should load your tack and then go get your trailer. Do not bring your trailer into this area. Again, we need our first and second place medium wolves participating in the Division II drive. Y'all need to come check in.
Well, an exceptionally nice class, and we're going to start with two that I went back and forth all the way to the end on, and I thought maybe it was a one-horse race when we came out of the gate earlier, and then when we got them together and we put them together and we really start analyzing, I think these two kind of separate themselves from the group, and I'll tell you the differences in them to me and where the ultimate decision was. I think they both are really good skeletal-wise. I think they're really good structure-wise. I think they're really good balance-wise. I think the one in first is a little taller at the point of his shoulder. I think he's a little more naturally wide, especially going away from me. When he puts his hock to the ground, he more naturally sets his foot wide. I think one that you go to the front and has some natural base width, he's not quite as cool and as radical in his top shape when you go to handle him, but believe me, there's plenty there. This one's big in his rib, big in his rack, huge in his loin, maybe not quite as big out his hip as the one in second, but I think he's taller at the point of his shoulder. I think he's a little bit neater in the way he blends from that blade into that lower rib cage. I think he's a little more appropriate in his set there of his front legs coming out of his shoulder down to the ground. When we look at this one in second, as I said, radical, whatever you want to use for an aggressive. This one's top is just crazy good and crazy. Meets your hand with a crazy amount of muscle, amazing amount of width. He's got a lot of center portion to his body. He is probably bigger in his hip. When he walks away from me, I'd like him to be a little wider at the hocks in comparison to his base width in front and his width at the top of his skeleton. And I guess that's just a little deal that I would change about him. If I could change that, I'd maybe make him a little taller at the point of his shoulder and change the way he comes from his shoulder down to the ground. We have one next that we need more comfortable in that front end. He keeps his head down. He doesn't want to move. He doesn't want to brace kind of good. He's not as comfortable about the way he sets his neck into his shoulder. He is massive as far as rib shape, really good as far as loin shape. And when I say that, he's just a notch behind the two in front of him, one that goes away from me wide. We need to change that front end structure to be able to move him up anymore, maybe make him just a little more expressive in comparison to that one in second to compete with him. This one just kept moving his way up. He's got a good forearm, really nice touch to him. Young lady does a nice job getting him ready. I'll admit he's got a little bit of depth of breastplate, a little forward in his shoulder, needs to change his angles up there for us just a little bit. Big as far as his arms concerned, big as far as foot size concerned. I think he's got a definite advantage on the move and as far as length of body over the next sheep. The blue sheep, really appreciate the middle part of this one's body. This one's really wide there at the last rib, really has a lot of width in the middle part of its body, carries that rear flank down really nicely. When we get this one on the move, he shortens up just a little bit. He's not as long and cool about his neck and the way that's set into his shoulder, one that we appreciate the touch and tone. Maybe a little harsher than the top two, but one that comes out with some freshness in comparison to maybe the ones in front. We're going to let Cash talk the last four.
Yeah, a nice sheep that comes out in sixth. Athletic in terms of his rib cage, very, very appropriate in terms of the shape right out of the backside of his shoulder. He is stout in terms of his loin edge. His just weight distribution and wedge from the side as elite as some of those that go out ahead. Maybe what limits him to right there, but young lady's done a nice job getting that sheep presented. A smooth, muscular, opened up sheep comes out next. It's very good in terms of his forerib, the spread out of the backside of his blade. I like the way that he progresses back into his pin set, the curl to his lower twist and his stifle. Study him up front. Is he just as comfortable and as collected in his front end posture? Maybe that's where we want to alter him right there. But man, the blueprint to his body is very, very good. Just got to see him a little better up front. Long-bodied sheep comes out next. It's stout in terms of his feature, and whenever we set him loose into motion, he's just a little bit more vertical in the way that he's built. And they see that guy just a little bit more youthful in terms of his handle and his shape that comes to the top side of his body. And young lady that comes out next, tall-shouldered sheep that's very athletic in terms of his essence. He is big-rumped and has a great turn to his lower twist and his stifle. The middle portion of his skeleton probably needs to be just a little chubbier and a little smoother to allow his lines and his proportions to come together. But, man, that is a very good class. Let's give all those kids a big hand.
Results from Class 37. 9th place, Cooper Collier, Martin County 4-H. 8th, Avery Wesley, Swisher County 4-H. 7th, Heston Lee, Erath County 4-H. Breeder is Frey's Show Lambs. 6th, Whitney Drummond, Williamson County 4-H. 5th, Bristol Fisher, Bell County 4-H. 4th, Riley Kidder, Bernie FFA. 3rd, Jonelle McMillan, Atascosa County 4-H. Breeder is Paul Wolf. 2nd, Carson Schaefer, Martin Mills FFA. And our class winner was Fallon Headfelt, Nueces County 4-H. Breeder was Silver's Livestock. Congratulations.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, we're getting ready to bring our Division II champion drive into the ring. And just a reminder, there will be a 30-minute lunch break following the conclusion of the Division II drive.
We are ready for our Division II drive. Class 5, first place was Wade Headfelt, Nueces County 4-H. Wade's parents are T.W. and Kelly Headfelt. Second place was Heston Hornfelder from Blanco County 4-H. Heston's parents are Jason and Allison. First place from Division II was Raider McFall, Reagan County 4-H. Raider's parents are Chase and Lauren. Second place was Maverick Rule, Brown County 4-H. Maverick's parents are Tyson and Amber. First place from Class 7 was Hazen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Hazen's parents are Cade and Jamie Hoffman. Second place was Cooper Evans from Burnett County 4-H. Cooper's parents are Julia and Brandon Evans and his loving sister Mackenzie. First place from Class 8 was Fallon Headfelt, Nueces County 4-H. Fallon's parents are T.W. and Kelly Headfelt. And second place was Carson Schaefer, Martin Mills FFA. Carson's parents are Mark and Leslie. Folks, let's give these medium wool exhibitors a big round of applause.
Well, a really tough division, a really good set of sheep out here. I tell you, it's a lot of fun when you get this kind of quality in a division and get to handle them, look at them. Great set of kids, but we also had a set of kids that come through earlier in this division and weren't so fortunate to get out here, and they're an important part of this process and an important part of having this show. And I think we'd be amiss if we didn't congratulate them too, and let's give everybody a hand that showed in this division, including these out here, but especially the whole classes, all the classes and all the people that competed. I think when we get them out here, and we kind of talked about this, and I think we're all going. We've got our gold medalist as far as me and Cash are concerned. And I think we're going for the silver to kind of play off the Olympics right now. And I think it gets close between a couple of them. I think they move nice. They've got a good handle. I think we go with, when we look at our reserve, we're going to go with one with maybe just a little more power, a little bit more to it. When we compare it to what would be third overall in comparison to two others that we look at, moving the second place up and looking at the other first place. But I think there's one out here that moves good, that looks good, that handles good, that does all those things, balances out nice. You put it in motion, you like it just as much as you do on the stand. Doesn't matter what angle you're at, you're impressed with the quality of the carcass and the quality of the body and the quality of the muscle and the way it's laid on. I'm going to go shake the hand of your individual with your champion. We'll go ahead and move the second up from that class and handle quick and look for reserve, but an excellent set. Again, it has been a blast. I know these last few classes especially have been, these four classes have especially been fun for us to judge, and can't think of anything better I could be doing today than that for sure. Give them a round of applause again. We'll name your champion.
Our Division II champion is Hazen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H.
Well, we moved that one up from second. We sure like the way this one balances and in proportion. Really like the touch and tone this one has. Maybe not quite as wide and mature out through his loin as obviously the one that wins it and beats him today. Maybe doesn't move quite as well out of his front end, maybe a little looser in his structure, but that's getting awful picky on one that moves around the ring nicely and covers his track. So I don't want to get too obnoxious with my comments about having some bad traits, but we'd pick on him just a little bit in those areas. I think when we start analyzing him against the other first places, there's another sheep that comes to the front for me for reserve. Your heavyweight's that sheep. He'll be reserved.
Our Division II reserve goes to Fallon Headfeld, Nueces County 4-H. Congratulations. Once again, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. Looks like we got a handful of Class 40 waiting to check in. As soon as our check-in folks get in there, we'll start bringing you in. But if you're an exhibitor in Class 40, you can start making your way over to the holding area. Again, our class 40 can be checking in. right, Class 40 is entering the ring, weighing 152 to 154. Class 41 will be the next group to check in.
Well, we just wanted to welcome everyone back from the break. We have two new commentators up here through the Top Judge program. I'm Caitlin Zedike. I'm from Northwest Ohio. I went to junior college at Lincoln Land Community College, got my associate's degree there, and then I transferred to Iowa State Community College to be on the live judging team there under Will Taylor. I'll be graduating in May with my animal science degree and then relocating to southeastern Iowa to work at Quality Plus Feeds, and then I'll let Megan here introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Megan Ziprich. I'm from Northeastern Pennsylvania. I'm currently a student at Penn State studying animal science. I was on the 2025 livestock judging team. I'll be graduating in May, and then I'll be attending veterinary school in the fall.
Yeah, so we just came back from our 30-minute lunch break. Judges have gone through and done their first sort. As they walked in, it looks like 5 of them made the sort. These lambs are weighing 152 pounds to 154, so not much spread here in this first D3 class. So both Cash and Steve have made their first selection through the handle, walking in a circle now. The selection process has kind of changed over the past couple divisions now. Both of them are starting on either end and going and handling to kind of make the show run a little bit faster and smoother for both the kids and the people behind the scenes, if you will. They both have kind of gotten their minds and thoughts on the same page and go from there.
Yeah, they've started pulling less on the walk and then going back for the handle and taking them there just to try to narrow it down a little bit. So
Yeah, he kind of explained to us how he wants to grab them on the walk. He'll study them from that 3/4 view and kind of get that chest view and then see from their back if they're good in their structural design and everything, knee down, and then kind of see what their body shape looks like. And then if they have enough from behind when they go right away from him. Hasn't been really pulling many on the walk just because he wants to find a nice, complete one in that regard, and then goes through and grabs quite a few. We've had quite a few make the first cuts through the first sort and then sorting them down to the sale 9.
Well, another excellent class. We've got some sheep out here once again that have some really good qualities. And again, these kids have done an excellent job of feeding as far as not over fat, not too thin, hide management, management of just taking them and making them come to this point. Really appreciate that. When we talk to these kids, we try to tell them the things we change as much as we can to educate them some. I know it's disappointing to some of them, but it's part of the process. These kids aren't going to get anything but a round of applause from y'all when they leave, so let's make sure they're recognized that way. Congratulations to them.
Looks like as the kids are coming back out from hitting the scales and making sure wool was where it needed to be, it looks like 15 of them made that first initial sort. So we'll see what Cash and Steve do here to get their sale slots covered, and we need 9 for those sale slots, I believe, still.
So they've got 4 here pulled for their 4 out of the 9 sales slots, and they're taking their time, making sure they've got those best 9 that they can find, as they want to make sure they've got the right ones for those sales spots.
Yeah, Megan, when we listened to them the other night in the hotel while they were talking to us top judge participants, both when we talked to the GOAT show judge, which was Barrett Carlisle, and Steve, both, they said many times that making the sales slot decision was probably the most important decision that they would make all day, maybe even more important than how they placed their top 5.
Yeah, they talked about how they kind of adjust the way they sort when they think about the number that are going to get that sales spot, and how they readjust what they're looking for in those lower, like 7 to 9 spots.
Looks like they're picking their last 2 here, just making sure that they're getting that right one into the sale. And I think in the crowd, you'll hear maybe some enthusiasm here shortly once that 9th slot gets picked.
For sure. So it looks like they've got their 9th slot filled, and then they're going to go through and sort these 9 they've pulled and see how they like them.
Folks, let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Again, our class 41 should be checking in the holding area if they have not done so.
Well, an excellent set of sheep. I think these two come to the top nicely. We've got some minor differences in them, but when you look at them, they come at you wide. They go away from you wide. You like the way they point everything forward and come at you. You like the way they go away from you. When you put them on the side and you put him on motion, I give the advantage to the one in first. I think he's a little longer necked. I think he's a little neater in the way his neck ties into that shoulder. I like his hip design and the way that he moves out of his rear hock and hind leg just a little bit better. The one in second wants to just roll just a little bit on both ends to me when we move him, but one that's got a radical top. And I think when you look at their top shape and you look at the muscle and you look at the finish, I think the bigger differences is in the design of the one in first and how he moves around the ring and how he controls his hip and hind leg and how he controls his front end. Again, both of them are super loud when you go to handle them over their top, super aggressive, really handle good. I don't think there's much difference in their handling qualities. I think the difference is in their structural and skeletal qualities, especially on the move. Young lady in third was one that I remember because he's so white. I remembered him coming in, and I just nearly pulled the trigger to pull him, and Cash went around that end and got him. And when I handled him at first, I said, I like that one real well. He said, yeah, that one handles really nicely. And he does. He handles real nice. He's just a notch of being away from these two in front of him. As far as that handle, he's not quite as wide in his loin, not quite as wide out through his hip as the one in first. He's maybe a little cooler about his neck than the one in second, but I don't think he has as much muscle and push with as much muscle. Probably doesn't have quite as much base width. One that moved his way up, and I really like the way this one handles with raw muscle shape and leanness. You can see the crease down that one's back. You can feel he's still fresh. He's maybe not quite as far along in the feeding process as the two above him. He gets just a tad forward in his shoulder, not quite as attractive as maybe the one in first and third, not quite as much muscle in the one in second, and consequently goes fourth. One in fifth's pretty difficult for me. This one does have that loud top. One that I say difficult. It's hard to put a place in and where to make him work in the lineup to me. He's not as naturally wide as the four in front of him. When you go to the front end, he's just a little narrower at the ground up. But you get on top of this guy, and he is really big in his rack, probably the third biggest behind the first and second. However, when we put him in motion, his hip gets a little high. He gets a little unnatural in the way that hip and hind leg moves in comparison to the others. I'd like to see him reach out and take a step a little bit better. I'd like to see it just a little bit better as far as that design. It's almost inverted a little bit, but one that has some balance factor, one that has some bone, one that has some of those good attributes. We just need to widen this one up in the front end, change that hip design a little bit, and we move him up a few spots. I'll let Cash balance out this class.
Yeah, and the young lady that comes out in six, definitely a sheep that's no slouch. We like the shape of his rib cage. It's round, it's pushed up. His upper skeleton is very big and aggressive in those regards. Just at the same time, study him at the surface. Maybe a little bit more tiptoey and kind of awkward in the way that he wants to utilize his rear skeleton. But we thought his rib cage quality was good. Thought that the spread that he had up high was very, very impressive. Young lady's blue sheep in next. From his mid-rib back, we like that guy a great deal. The swoop to his underline, the curl and depth that he has right there through his twist, his hind leg posture is appropriate. Maybe from his forerib forwards where we had a little bit more of a problem with him, wants to detract right there behind his shoulder. Didn't read him as just as youthful and as elevated in terms of his look up front, but some things that we like about that guy in terms of his midrib, his loin shape, the spread out of his pin bone, and just the natural substance that he has to the rear portion of his skeleton. Young man that comes out next, a really rugged sheep that's moderate in his kind. He's opened up to the floor of his chest. His rib cage is big. We like the spread out of his pin bone. At the same time, maybe whenever we study that guy from the side, he is electric in terms of the way his comfort level is up front. Maybe you want to alter him in those regards, but fundamentally speaking, it's a fresh handling, muscular sheep that the young man done a good job getting presented. Young lady that comes out next, a sheep that in terms of his rib cage quality is very good. He's aggressive in terms of his back shape. He's opened up in the way that he progresses back. At the same time, does his weight distribution just come together with enough balance? He's a little bit more awkward in the way that he wants to tie his neck right there in the front side of his shoulder. Need to soften him in terms of his flank line, make him just a little more symmetry and seamless in terms of his transitions. But an awesome class. If you would, let's give these kids a big hand.
We have class 41 entering the ring now. Looks like there's 45 exhibitors within this class, weights ranging from 155 to 157. So here till still 2 pounds of spread. I'm pretty sure they get a 5-pound weigh back on either end when they head to the scales after that sort. Megan, you want to talk about the Texas born in the last class?
Yeah, so out of the top 5 there was one Texas born. He was the third. Sorry, he was the second out of the last class. And they've been announcing those Texas borns, giving those breeders recognition when they place in those 9 sale spots.
Class 41 is coming in the ring, weighing 155 to 157. Class 42 will be the next group to check in.
So for the Top Judge program, us sheep and goats participants have been here since Monday afternoon, and on Monday we went through and did some constructive activities and talked with our mentors, just sort of did some icebreaker things, and then the last 2 days we spent here at the stock show.
Yeah, so, and then our beef and swine participants, the rest of our group, there's 31 of us total, 9 of us here for the sheep and goats. They got here and have started their activities, if you will, at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and we'll meet with them later this evening when they head to the fairgrounds here and have
Class
a
40
supper with our
results.
sponsors.
9th place, Reese Guthrie, Pearland FFA. 8th, Tyson Hicks, Comanche County 4-H. 7th, Rayleigh Wide, El Campo FFA. 7th was Rayleigh Wide, El Campo FFA. 6th, Julian Bermia, D'Hanis FFA. 5th, Mackenzie Rule, Brown County 4-H. 4th, Kelly Wright, Boys Ranch FFA. 3rd, Kaylin Carazales, Harris County 4-H. 2nd, Carter Llewellyn, Palmer County 4-H. Breeder was Frey's Show Lambs. And our class winner was Emerson Garner Leonard FFA. Congratulations.
Yeah, going back to the Top Judge program, tonight we get to meet with our sponsors here for supper at the fairground, so I think that'll be a really great experience to thank them for everything that they do for this program and get to meet the rest of the participants within the swine and beef placing as well. But yeah, we also get to meet with their mentors too, so to get a different perspective and maybe in a different livestock ring and hear from them and kind of their comments on stuff going on as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited for later on. It'll be cool to meet up with all of them and meet with the people who are making this possible for all of us, because, you know, it's been an incredible last few days here. Personally, me being from Pennsylvania, I've never been able to be ringside like this at a Texas major show, and especially being ringside with the mentors, it's been really incredible.
Absolutely. And when Megan says ringside, we don't mean just standing outside of the ring on the rail. We are in the ring, standing right over top of them when they're heading to the scale or when they're walking in the ring, kind of making our own thoughts and adjustments to our mentors on like if we would pull one when they're walking in the ring and so on. The judges are going through here now and giving their individual comments to these participants out here after the first initial sort. Wasn't able to get a count for you, but once they come back in, we'll let you know how many made that sort and are going to come back in and hit those 9 sales slots. But I do think it's a really great opportunity for Cash to even get on the mic and talk those 6th through 9th places. Steve, what was talking most of the classes yesterday, but at the start of today, I'm pretty sure he mentioned this morning that Cash would be talking more on the mic, and I think that's just a really great opportunity for these kids to hear both of their opinions.
Yeah, it's even been really great out here hearing both of their perspectives and just hearing the way that they differently depict the livestock a little bit there.
Yeah, even though they differently maybe talk about things differently on the mic, I think the way they're looking at them and picking them out, I haven't seen much discrepancy between these two or many arguments in the ring, which is always a positive.
Yeah, for sure. They seem like they've been on the same page for most of the show yesterday and today, so that's good.
Well, an excellent set of kids, an excellent set of sheep. Once again, these individuals have worked hard up to this point. We've made the point to at least try to educate on what we change about them. Again, I can't thank you enough, these kids enough, for looking you in the eye, talking to you, saying thank you, shaking your hand. That stockmanship, that kind of thing is a very important part of this program and this process, and I don't take it lightly, and I appreciate it more than they'll ever know. Congratulations to those that got pulled. For you that are on the outside, we're going to release you. With good luck to you. Thanks for coming to San Antonio to the Livestock Expo, and we look forward to seeing you again someday. Appreciate, again, your stockmanship and showmanship. Let's give these kids a round of applause for their efforts here.
Again, class 42 will be checking in.
Looks like they've got 12 out here from that pull out of the class, so a little bit of a smaller group than last time, but definitely just as deep of a group. So new this year at San Antonio, they've got an associate judge alongside our main judge, and like we said earlier, it's Cash Allen alongside Steve Sturts, and they talked about how they sort of were, in cahoots per se before, and talking on the phone a lot before they came here, and kind of got to know each other a lot better before they came to sort the show together.
Yeah, because they didn't know each other coming into this prior. I guess Steve met him when Cash was judging a show, I think, up in South Dakota, and thought he sounded good on the mic and did well with the kids. And then it went from there when he realized his name was on the associate list, gave him a call, and he was one of the three, I guess. And so they were calling on the phone each week leading up to the show just to kind of maybe not talk about how they liked livestock, but mainly just about life and what each of them did and families and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I know we talked to Barrett and Cooper Carlisle, and Cooper was Barrett's associate judge over in the goat ring yesterday. So I'm sure that's quite a different relationship being brothers. But definitely a really cool thing for them to be able to sort that alongside each other.
Yeah, definitely more than just getting their mind right out here. I mean, they were on their feet all day yesterday, only a half-hour lunch break, and then turn around and do it all day again today. And I think this one could be a little bit more challenging for them, like you were saying earlier, Megan. The quality runs deep through this medium wool division currently, and I think it ran plenty deep through the first two divisions of the day as well.
Yeah, like I said, we've been seeing them pull more and more and being a little more, taking a little more time and being more careful with what they do pull as that quality gets really deep. And I'm sure a lot more of them tend to hit them when they come in.
Absolutely.
So it looks like we've got our 9 selected for those sales spots right now, and they're just going through and discussing with those kids what they were looking for more in those last few sheep.
Okay, we're still missing 3 for class 42. If you have a class 42, you need to be checked in.
Scott, or excuse me, Steve and Cash both have been doing a really great job talking to the kids all day and letting them know what more they were looking for in their sheep and what they've been doing a great job on.
Thank you, lamb exhibitors.
Yeah, and I'm sure you can see on the live stream all the people in the ring. It's not just Cash and Steve standing out here. It's a lot of people standing out here working the ring, getting those kids to where they need to go, moving them to the scales, helping them walk, putting them in the right position, handing the mic around, even taking pictures in the live stream that you're watching. It's more than just a 2-man show out here. I mean, there's multiple people standing in the ring and then outside of the ring as well.
And they've got a top group of 6 now walking around trying to make their decisions on how to sort those.
Still missing one exhibitor for class 42. You need to be checked in.
Well, an excellent class. I told one of the kids going out the gate, you got in the waspiest class of the day to this point. Really nice set of sheep. When we get them this big, I guess I don't expect them to be gathered together this well and handle this well and look this good from the side. And these all do that. I think we get down and there's some mix and match here, and there's some stuff we talked about and discussed. About what we liked and didn't like about certain sheep, and when we sorted out and when I put all that stuff in my mind, I guess, and started really playing with it and talking to Cash about it, I think it logically places this way, and I'll tell you what my thoughts are on that. This one that wins it, when he wanted to act pretty stupid and obviously got loose and did some things that made it to where he wasn't quite as attractive as maybe as I thought he would be, and when he settles down and when you get that one set up like she's got him there, he just is longer body, he's wider made, he's really big and nice in his rib and rack. He's a little fresher at his last rib, really big out through his hip, tremendous bone on him, tremendous feet and legs as far as movement around. He'll get just a tad. He's just a notch longer than maybe I'd like him to make his spine stay up at all times. But when he goes to showing and when he gets that top up, he wins nicely here. I think a big decision between second and third. I think when we look at him, we watch him walk, we handle him. The one in second just moves around the ring nicer, just covers his track nicer, reaches out and extends his rear leg and hits that track of that front paw, and really appreciate the lines that this one has. This one is gathered up in his top line. He's really neat out through his hip. He handles his hip and hind leg posture really well, and he has some natural thickness and some natural width. He shortens up just a little bit in comparison to the ones in first, in fifth, and sixth. And I think when we had him out here, we looking at that height to length relationship, sometimes he looked like he wasn't long enough in comparison to his contemporaries. But when we get him out here and we get him really looking at him, he balances nice, could be a notch longer. He keeps his top line together. He moves really nice around the ring, and that is what gets him in second over the one in third. The one in third's a little more aggressive, a little wider in his loin. I really like the shape of this one's rack and how he progressively gets wide. Really nice as far as his hip. We talked about him, and it's like his structure and the way he's made. He shouldn't be short stepping, but he short steps from behind and he doesn't really reach out with that back leg. His hip and hind leg posture says he should just free move. He wants to be a little bit choppy on that back end, and that takes away from his look from the side. He's not quite as big in his rib. Center portion of his rib is the one that starts. He's not quite as good as far as that movement as the one in second. This one in fourth, we really appreciate the muscle this one has. We get up on the front of this one. There's just a little more blade action, just a little more shortness to that neck. We'd like to take that one and extend it out just a little bit in that front end, and maybe take and extend that body length out a tad. Big-footed, big bone, stout wide coming at you. A lot of center body, a lot of swoop to that flank. Really handles real well as far as freshness and firmness. Just need to make those few changes to move him up. We get into one next that we had up towards the front when we're watching him, and I just like to change his blade and his neck and move it back into his skeleton just a tad. I'd like to shorten his body up when doing that, and I think it balances that one out. There's times he looks good, and there's times he doesn't balance out. He's got some bone. He really handles good. He's not as aggressive and big down his top as the sheep on either side of him, but he's got plenty of muscle in him. Really fresh, really good handling. I like his hip shape and pin shape. Really nice, and we appreciate those things about him. We'll let Cash finish this class out.
Young lady that comes out in six, definitely a sheep that sets some stage in terms of skeletal width. He's pulled apart through the floor of his chest. His rib cage is round and robust, very, very big in terms of his spread up high. I like the width that he carries back out of his tail head. In terms of his look from the side and his proportions and his pieces, maybe don't come together 100%. Not as smooth in terms of the line that he draws in terms of his upper skeleton. Need to soften him in terms of his flank. At times, maybe that sheep can have just a little bit more hook than ideal in terms of his hind leg posture, but a sheep that we really appreciate just in terms of his broadness of build, his density, and just his overall muscularity. Young man's blue sheep that comes out next, a sheep that's good in terms of his underline. He's heavy boned and appropriate in terms of his feature and his stoutness, impressive in terms of his rack shape. Just whenever we start to study that guy out in motion in terms of his neck, shoulder comfort level, maybe what limits him to right there, but in terms of a lean, high cut ability sheep that's muscular and appropriate in terms of his progression progression of width, like that sheep a good deal. Young man that comes out next, a smooth pattern sheep that's very appropriate in terms of his handle quality. He's round in terms of his rib cage. Thought as we kind of break that guy down structurally, a little bit more upright in the angle of his shoulder. Same story in terms of his hock joint. As we watch him go around, that sheep is good and fresh to the touch. Young lady that's going to round out the class, heavy bone, big in terms of his forearm. Love his height to shoulder and just the character that he has in those regards. Very, very appropriate in terms of his freshness and his progression to width. Maybe as we set the sheep loose, a little tighter in terms of his shoulder and his knee, but a very high quality class. My compliments to all those kids. Let's give them a big hand.
Results from Class 41. 9th place, Kinsley Cody, Florence FFA. 8th, Wyatt Hawes, B County 4-H. 7th, Wyatt Woner, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Neff Livestock. 6th, Kelby Blessing, Sutton County 4-H. 5th, Dawson Lott, Louise FFA. Breeder was Rockin' Sea Farms. 4th, Graham Newsom, Hale County 4-H. 3rd, Powell Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. 2nd, Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. And our class winner was Holden Wise, Brown County 4-H. Congratulations.
If y'all heard some of those breeders announce, those were the Texas borns in that top 9 from that last class. And we've got the next class coming in right now.
Yep, this is class 42 with 47 entries, weights ranging from 158 to 160. So still that 2-pound difference here, so not much spread.
Class 42 is entering the ring, weighing 158 to 160. Class 43 will be the next group to check in.
Yeah, so as the judges are kind of wrapping up here, talking to these kids through the first sort, Megan and I were just chatting up here about the livestock judging contest coming up this next weekend and what judging teams are all going to be down here. And she mentioned that she hadn't been here before.
Yeah, I haven't been to the judging contest here. I was here last year during the stock show, not during the junior shows or junior market shows, but I was here for the National Cattlemen's Beef Association conference that happens annually. And we came to the stock show and went to the rodeo, which was really cool. But I haven't been here for the judging contest. And I know that some of our top judge participants helped the goat superintendent there and helped him pick out some sheep perhaps for the contest.
Dorper classes potentially, and I think some other ones as well. Yeah, but I also had the privilege of coming down here for both my junior college and senior college judging career. I think some colleges maybe skip one of the Texas major shows just because it's so far down here and such a long trip, and so I had the privilege of coming down here for both.
Yeah, I was down here for the Houston contest, but we didn't go to San Antonio. Coming all the way from Pennsylvania up there.
Kind of a long haul.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent set of kids, excellent set of sheep. Again, it's the same old song and dance, and I don't mean to be repetitive on it, but it is what it is, and it's the presence and the stockmanship and the things that these kids have learned from this project up to this point, and what they're doing is what's important. And I think that we have some disappointment all the time, but I think those things build character, and I know that these kids will set goals and work harder next year. These kids have come to San Antonio to try to make the sale. They've done a good job of presenting their animals and bringing them in here. Their reward's going to be your applause. And again, I think it's well worth of giving these kids an applause for coming out here and competing today.
"13 exhibitors are making their way back into the ring, making a lap after going through that first initial sort and through way back. So we'll see what the judges do here to get those 9 into the sale slots.
Folks, just a reminder, if you can help us out, please. When you leave, if you've taken down pins or taken apart pins, please put those back together. San Antonio's nice enough to let y'all do that, and so please don't abuse that privilege.
So he's got those 9 selected for our sales spots in this class.
Thank you, Lamb exhibitors.
We'll get him going out on the walk here and get you a top 5 then once he gets them started placed. Looks like the quality still runs plenty deep in this class.
Mic test. Mic test. Test, test, test. Test, test, 1, 2. Test, 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 1, 2. Maybe a little louder though. Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test.
Well, another excellent class. I guess when we think about the quality here, I didn't guess it would get any worse in these classes as these things got bigger. I've judged enough around to know that we're getting these sheep big and keeping them together, and handling characteristics and looks are all relevant when we get them in these bigger weights. I think we've got 3 up here at top, and as I go through them and I select the ones that I'm looking at, these 3 all move well. They all have good structure and skeletons. I think what it comes down to on this one is this sheep up front is just a little more youthful, just a little more athletic, a little bit neater in his blade and the way it ties into the top part of his shoulder. I like his length in relationship to his height. I like the way he progressively gets wider as he goes back. Does he have as much top and rib shape as the one in second and third? Probably not. Probably just a tad off there. But I'm telling you, he wedges back. He looks good from the side. He moves out with a lot of athleticism and a really good stride, and is aesthetically pleasing to me in every angle I look at him. He has just a tad bit of shoulder up there at the point that we might shave off if we were going to make him closer to ideal, but I just really like the looks, the athleticism, the way that one's put together. Taking nothing away from this one in second. You want to talk about loud. This one's as loud as that music that just came on. He is big in that rack. He's as big in that loin. He's really big out through that hip. Big boned. We appreciate that. He's a little shorter necked, a little thicker necked, a little more shoulder, if you will, especially up in that middle part of his blade. We could shave that off, give him a little more extension there. Maybe trim that breast up just a little bit and compared to our first. When you look at the breastplate on the one in first and the one in third, it's probably a little bit better than the one our second. But this guy pushes with a big middle body, really's got a good rear flank. We really like his hip and hind leg posture. We make him just a little bit cleaner about that front end and longer in that neck, and we really got a horse race between the top two. I don't want to take away anything from this one in third because he's probably just as loud and aggressive as the one in second, except for when we get back to his loin. He's not quite as wide there. I'd like to take that tail head and change it a little bit in comparison to the first two. Wants to get a little bit up for me, makes him just look a little awkward, especially on the move, but one that puts his feet and legs down in the right place, has base width, has body width, has muscle, has those things we like about a carcass and those carcass attributes that make one quality grade and yield grade good. We really appreciate that about him. We need to lengthen him out for his height, to me, in comparison to the top two. Very deceiving one next, one that we both kind of, when we look at him from the side, think, well, he's going to be okay. We get over the top and we think, man, that thing's better than we thought he was. He, too, I'd like to change his balance factor. I'd like to make him a little longer for his height or shorten him up, one of the two, to make him a little more balanced. He also has a little more shoulder and a little more chest plate. When we get up to the top of him, really appreciate the width he has. He's not as aggressive as the two in front of him, but he's smooth in his transitions and seamless down his top. Really nice as far as his hip and pin setting. We get one next that kind of worked his way up and worked his way in both of us. We both looked at him at the same time and said, that one's pretty good. We didn't have him up here. We probably had him closer to down there. We both said, boy, the more we look at him, the more we like him. He's really structurally sound. He really moves around the ring nice on his back, too. He's not quite as balanced, not quite as cool-fronted as what we have in front of him today, and therefore he's going to go fifth, and I'll let Cash talk about sixth on.
Yeah, the sheep in sixth, individually speaking about that sheep, in terms of his look from the side, where his underline sets, his upper skeleton makes some sense in terms of his balance and his symmetry. We like his foot size. We like his height to shoulder. Push comes to shove, though. Start comparing him in with the ones that go out ahead of him. A little bit more pronounced through the floor of his chest and his breastbone. Was he just as dimensional and as out there in terms of the shape of his upper body? Maybe kind of limited him right there, but young man definitely brought a nice sheep to San Antonio, just drew in a really, really tough class. Young lady that comes out next, athletic in terms of his essence. We like the shape of his forerib, very expressive in terms of his back shape. At the same time, is that sheep just tall enough at the point of his shoulder in relation to his hook bone? Maybe want to alter him right there. And again, from a three-dimensional standpoint, just need to see him a little smoother in the way that he transitions down his top line to be able to run with those up ahead. Sheep that comes out next, stout-featured, big pin, muscular, and very expressive to the touch. At the same time, we need to see him a little stronger in terms of the middle portion of his back. Maybe need to see his underline balance come together. I'd like to see that guy just a little bit more youthful up through his shoulder, neck, and skull. But young man definitely done a nice job managing that sheep in terms of his touch, his tone, and his foundation underneath. Young man that comes out next, fundamentally a wide skeleton sheep that's got some volume of muscle. Was he just as aggressive in terms of his shape up high? Was he just as attractive enough and elite in terms of his presence? What limited him right there tonight? But man, a wide skeleton sheep that's muscular, just need to amplify him in terms of his look from the side, make him a little bit more aggressive in terms of his shape. Awesome class. Let's give all those kids a big hand.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Class test 1, 2. Class 42 results. 9th place, Ryder Lyra.
Having a few technical difficulties here in the ring with the mics and whatnot, so you'll hear those results coming in shortly. But entering the ring is class 43 with 48 entries. Lambs weighing 164 to 160. Wait, I'm sorry, 161 to 164. That's my bad.
And Steve and Cashier have got 3 pulled off on the walk for the top group.
Looks like we've pulled 6 off that initial walk into the ring. Looking over those before they head to the scales to get weighed, and they'll start handling on either end of the ring. We've got quite a few lambs stacked in this ring right now. Looks like our judges have made their decision on which ones to keep back and send to the to get weighed, and now they're going through and giving their comments to each of those exhibitors out here because, like they said, they wanted to make this about the kids as much as they can and give them a good positive experience, whether that's their first year and give them some tips or tricks for following years, or whether it's their last year and congratulating them on a job well done.
Yeah, and Steve and Cash have been doing a really great job being thorough with the kids and talking to each of them every chance they get.
Test 1 2 1 2 3. Test 1 2 1 2 3. Can it go any higher? Okay. Test 1 2 3 4. Okay, thanks. Results from Class 42. 9th place was Ryder Lira, Splendora FFA. 8th, Michael Heinrich, Tahoka FFA. 7th, Briley Edmondson, San Saba County 4-H. Breeder was Valentine. 6th, Mason Simpson, Williamson County 4-H. 5th, London Watson, Blooming Grove FFA. 4th, Carson Noisy, Comal County 4-H. 3rd, Landry Lane, Parker County 4-H. Breeder was More Livestock. 2nd, Shep Silvers, Junction FFA. And our class winner was Tristan Neal, Smire FFA. Congratulations.
Well, another excellent class. We've got 10 over here and need 9. Just a nice set out here. There's probably 5 or 6 more that we could pull and sort through, but it'd be just putting them down into that 11th through 15th place, honestly. And when we talk to these kids, we get a chance to talk to them more here and tell them what's right and wrong and what we change about them in this scenario than we do in the other, actually. So we left them out here. We looked at them. We talked to these kids. Again, these kids have done an awesome job. I'm impressed with not only the way that they treat us in the ring, they treat the ring help in the ring, the way they treat each other. Really a testament to this program and these kids. Congratulations to them. This is the thanks they're going to get, so let's give them a round of applause as they leave the ring.
As those kids exit the ring, we were able to hear the results from the last class, and 2 of those top 9 wethers in that class were Texas-born sheep that were brought to San Antonio to show.
And once this group exits the ring, like Steve said on the mic, they pulled 10 from this class, so we'll have
We
those
will need
back
our
in.
first and second place exhibitors from classes 40 through 42 to come check in shortly.
So we'll have those 10 back in for them to sort, and then we'll see them back in whatever our top few are for the division drive following that.
Yeah, I think this division drive will be very interesting considering the quality we've had for the past 3 classes, and then to see what the top end of this one brings out. I think that drive can be real interesting when they get them all back out here.
Yeah, this division has really brought some heat, so to see them all together in the drive will be really interesting.
Once again, here in a second, we will need our first and second place medium wolves from the classes 40, 41, and 42.
So they've got 4 pulled out for our top group of these that are going to get the sales slot in this last class of the division.
Still need some of our first and second place exhibitors to come in for this next division drive. Y'all need to check in.
Our 2 judges are out here having some discussion about these last 4 sheep out here before they get them placed. And Steve wanted to make sure that we knew this wasn't a co-judge situation, but an associate. So he's asking Cash for his opinion and how he describes them, maybe not necessarily how he's gonna place them in the end, and if that's gonna affect him or not. He just wants to make sure that he's seeing things the same way.
Yeah, and he talked a little bit last night about how he's really enjoying having that associate judge, and he thinks maybe it might change their time a little bit, but they're still getting it done the right way and taking the time they need to for everything.
Yeah, because being out here for a full day, 2 days in a row, can get kind of boring and lonely. And then the only way you're talking is reasons on the mic, and that can get a little bit repetitive.
Yeah, so having that associate is nice and definitely a different change for them.
Test 1 2 1 2 3. We still need our first place for class 42. You need to be in the holding area now. First place, class 42.
Well, an excellent class. I think the top four in this class, you can talk them, move them around, do what you want to do, and you won't get an argument from most people if you describe them right. And I think that these are really high quality stock and really high quality animals, and for this weight, hold themselves together. I'll tell you that the first two, when I talked to Cash about it, to me, they set themselves apart from the other two. When we look at the top four, is just being a little more youthful, a little more athletic, a little more pleasing to the eye because of those traits. And then when you get them together, I honestly, when I put them together, I had them switched. And when I got them together and I put them side by side, there's just a bigger difference in the natural width, the extra muscle that this one has in first than there is in athleticism and immaturity, or not immaturity, but youthfulness. Really appreciate both of these sheep. As I said, the one that wins this class to me is wider in his pins. He's bigger out through his hip. He's tremendous in his loin, really good in his rib and rack, and has a lot of dimension to his body. He comes at me wider, goes away from me wider. He steps with more authority on his rear leg. He's got a little better muscle pattern in that stifle and in that twist area, and I think those things are what win it for him. I would agree the one in second's probably just a tad more youthful and more athletic. He's not quite as deep in his flank. He's not quite as deep in his twist. He's not quite as big and bold out through his front when he comes at me. And so those are the two big differences in him. Really attractive from the side, probably a little taller at the shoulder and a little bit neater when we put him in motion as far as the way his shoulder to his hip are elevation. But when we look at him from the front and we look at him from the back, I just think he needs a little more in comparison to the one in first. Now, the one in third has a lot of muscle. He's really big in his hip, got a tremendous amount of shape, real radical down his top. One that gets just a little bit forward in his shoulders. At times it looks like his highest point is his hip instead of his blade, especially when we put him in motion. One that balances nice, another one that has some width. I don't think he's as wide as the one in first. I don't think he's as youthful as the one in second. I'd like to take him and elevate his shoulder when we put him on the walk. This young man does an excellent job. I don't know what he weighs and what that sheep weighs, but when he gets him side profile, me and Cash both said that when he goes on the side, or when he's walking, he looks like he's a little downhill. And then when he gets him on the side and gets underneath him, he levels out. And so the young man does a good job of putting him together and doing that. We can still see it. He just has just a little bit more depth to his breastplate, which is a sign of that maturity that we talked about. This one here, really big and nice in that rack, a tremendous width in the loin, really level out through that hip. This one just gets a little rounder, especially when we put him in motion. Got a little more shoulder. We'd like to carve and shave a little bit of that off, maybe set that neck back a little bit. When we put him in motion, we'd like to change a little bit of that roll to that hip. When we get him to the side and we look at him beyond that shoulder, really balanced, really big in that loin, really big in that hip, and appreciate those things. This one's a little rougher when he goes from his loin to his hip. We'd like to change that. We'd like to change the transition from his shoulder, neck into that front rib shape. One that's has some bone, one that has some balance as far as rear flank and front flank, one that we appreciate the stifle and rear leg posture, one that we could clean up, one that we could make a little smoother, especially in that transition from loin to hip.
Young lady that comes out in 6, definitely a stout-featured, rugged sheep in terms of his essence. At the same time, we kind of start to break that guy down in the way that he's assembled up front. Need to rock him back in the angle of his shoulder. Let his neck set a little bit higher on the top side of his blade. We didn't think that sheep was just near as stout and as dimensional in terms of the shape of his loin, out of his tail head. Maybe want to see him a little bit more accurate and athletic in the way that he takes to the surface, but a sheep that's very rugged, appropriate in terms of his rib and rack shape. Young lady that comes out next, very athletic in terms of his body line and the way that he's put together in those regards. Very expressive right out of the backside of his shoulder. He's big pinned. He's got the right kind of curl to his lower twist. At the same time, in terms of his length of body from the side, we need to hook him in a little stouter right there at the heel of his loin, soften him in terms of his flank line, maybe elevate him ever so slightly at the point of his shoulder. Young lady's blue sheep that comes out next, monstrous in terms of just the spread through his rib cage, the just natural width that he has up high. At the same time, with all that spread, it's got to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of his shape right out of the backside of his shoulder. Whenever the young lady gets out of him, a little bit more pronounced in terms of his lower shoulder and his breastbone. Didn't read that sheep as youthful in terms of his front skeleton. The young lady that rounds out the class, like the symmetry and the balance of this sheep. Just whenever we step back from the three-quarter view and dimensionally speaking, he's just got to be supplied with more oomph in terms of his pin set, his rib cage, and his natural muscularity. But a very good class. Let's give all those kids a big hand.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
We've got our first and seconds coming back to be weighed again out here before they get into the drive.
Class 43 results. 9th place, Tatum Kroll, Falls City FFA. 8th, Kennedy Lawson, Brazoria County 4-H. 7th, Laney Francis, Briscoe County 4-H. 6th, Bailey Meek, Hallsville FFA. 5th, Miles Heinrich, Tahoka FFA. 4th, Amy Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. 3rd, Landon Taylor, Tarkington FFA. 2nd, Cade Schaefer, Martin Mills FFA. And our class winner was Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Congratulations. Okay, we are ready for our Division III breed drive. First place was Emerson Garner, Leonard FFA. Emerson's parents are Charlotte and Jason. Second place from Class 40 was Carter Llewellyn, Palmer County 4-H. Carter's parents are Heather and Chance. First place from Class 41 was Holden Wise, Brown County 4-H. Holden's parents are Amber and Hilton. Second place was Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. Grace's mom's name is Allie Moore. First place from Class 42 was Tristan Neal, Smyre FFA. Tristan's parents are Tammy and Jason. Second place was Shep Silvers, Junction FFA. Shep's parents are Sam and Jeree. First place from Class 43 was Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Reagan's parents are Derek and Ashley. And second place was Cade Schaefer, Martin Mills FFA. Cade's parents are Mark and Leslie. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these lamb exhibitors a big round of applause.
Well, we have our Division III lineup out here, and the quality is sure standing out for sure. I think the judges have their hands full when it comes to picking this D3 champion. What do you say, Megan?
Yeah, I think they definitely do have their hands full as the quality was so deep in those classes. You can definitely tell in this division drive how tough they were. But we'll see what they do in a few minutes. Hopefully they can speed it up and come to a decision as soon as they can.
Yeah, and then we'll roll into Division 4 after this, and then once Division 4 is over, we'll pick a champion medium wool and a reserve, and then I think we're rolling right into the final drive after that. But your Division 4 will be commentated by Lexi Hunt and Hadley Broadwater. So Megan and I will be finished for the day. So just want to thank you guys. And thanks to everybody that allowed us to be down here and have the opportunity to do this.
Yeah, thank you guys for all of that and the opportunity. It'll be nice for you guys to hear from some more top judge participants.
Our class 46 should be in the holding area if they have not checked in yet. Class 46. We still need 6 to check in for class 46. 6 need to check in.
Well, a really tough division. Let's give all these kids and all the kids that showed in this division a round of applause. Excellent, excellent job. I haven't talked a division yet, and it's been, or each class in a division yet, because to me it's been pretty cut and dried, and we've been kind of talking them as we go, and no sense to rinse and repeat, so to speak. But I think this division warrants talking about these class winners and the seconds behind them, because as me and Cash were conversing about this class and talking about the positive and negatives at each one, and he made a comment that you get 10 guys out here and place this thing 10 different ways, and I agree with him, because these are all quality sheep, guys. There's no doubt about it. These all have some qualities that are better than each other, some things that mirror each other, some things that you really like as far as where the sheep industry could go in picking those pieces and using those pieces to make the sheep industry better, the show lamb industry better. And I think as we look at them, we look at our first place in our lightweight division, or lightweight in this division, just a real practical sheep, one that moves around the ring as good as anything in this drive. I really appreciate the balance he has, both on the move and when we look at him. Is he as stout-boned? Is he as wide-made as the ones behind him? No, he's a little smaller. He's a little lighter, so we wouldn't expect him to be maybe quite as wide and have quite as much muscle. But he's stout enough. He's really nice as far as his pattern's concerned. His touch and tone is really, really neat. We appreciate that about him. You know, could we have a little more wow factor in him? Maybe we could get some wow factor in him and make him that much better. But I think just a real practical, nice sheep. He's followed by one that we said was a little rounder on each end, but another one that balances nice, has a big top, really handles good, and progressively gets back wider. The next class was a difficult class and a tough class all the way through. This one does have a lot of wow factor. This one's really shallow in his chest, really aggressive out through his loin, tremendous bone, tremendous amount of foot size. He's got some really crazy pieces about him. Does he hold his top line together as well as the other ones in this top lineup? No, there's times he gets a little swayed in his back. He doesn't hold his top together on the move quite as well. A little bit longer bodied probably takes away from that. He's not quite as aggressive and big and bold right behind his blade as the two behind him when you look at how much muscle he has and how much he pushes right behind that blade into the top of that cage. One next is one that when you put him in motion, guys, this one is real cool, rock star cool. I mean, this one moves out. He just real youthful, real athletic. We like that top shape. We like that dimension to his top. He has that length of body and doesn't deviate down his spine and looks real cool from the side. Is he good enough on the stand? Is there times that I look at him on the stand and I'd like to change it, you know, just the way he looks and the way he's put together? Yes. When he's got him like that, no, that one looks really good right there. But on the move, that one really, really looks good. We've got one in the next class that's really wide made, tremendous amount of width and depth in that loin. What a hip. I mean, just huge pinned, huge legged. This one moves around good. He's not quite as extended and as athletic maybe as the one in second behind him and the one in front of him, but one that we appreciate just being a really big-footed, sound-made, wide-made, stout one that still has a look and still has youthfulness and athleticism about him. I missed the seconds in the second class. The second class follows this one nicely. We'd like to make it a little longer body in comparison to this one, but when you got over top of this one, really big in that rib, another one that moves around the ring and just trolls around and you really like to watch move. We've got the second in this class that young man's really, I talked about him being as loud as that music that came on when we look at that rack shape. This one's really aggressive, really loud in that rack shape, tremendous in that loin shape. He gets just a little forward in the shoulder, a little bit maybe shorter in the neck, a little waistier in that shoulder, but boy, when you talk about another one that has some width and dimension to his body and a real fresh handle and really nice one to touch, that one falls in. And our second behind our heavy, much like our third to me, first place in our third division, real athletic, real cool to look at, moves around and you really like him moving around. Could we make him a little wider in comparison to the one in first in that class? Yes, we could, but really youthful, really neat to touch, really neat to look at, just a lot of good points about him. So when you put all that together, I think logically for me there's two or three that it's between. I'm going to go shake the hand of your champion and then your reserve. Again, excellent class or divisions, excellent classes within divisions. These kids have done an excellent job. I'm going to go shake the hand of your individual. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Our Division III champion goes to Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Our Division III reserve goes to Cade Schaefer, Martin Mills FFA. Congratulations to both these exhibitors.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Reminder, we need a parent or advisor for the first and second places to sign.
Well, as we transition into the heavy division four, we'll go ahead and start off with two new commentators. I'm Hadley Broadwater. I grew up in Crawfordsville, Indiana, showing multi-species across at a state and national level. I attended junior college at Lincoln Land Community College and then transferred to Iowa State, where I'm now completing my Bachelor's of Science in Animal Science with a pre-veterinary focus. I competed on the livestock judging team there at both universities or in colleges, and so I think me and Lexi are both here with the Top Judge program. I'll go ahead and let Lexi introduce herself as well.
Thank you, Hadley. Yeah, my name is Lexi Hunt, and I'm sure for those of you that have been watching throughout the day or even yesterday, you're probably getting tired of hearing Hadley and I reintroduce ourselves. But just coming on here in D4, I attended junior college, South Plains College in Levelland, Texas, and then I'm currently finishing up my bachelor's in animal science at Texas Tech University. So Hadley and I haven't had the opportunity to talk yet about that last division. We weren't sitting together. I just wanted to mention just how tough and how deep that division was. I'm sure it was apparent on the screen, but those sheep were really, really good and a very good pair of them that came out of that last class and stayed together within that division, but a very tough division all the way through.
For sure, and it looked like Sturtz's remarks while he was evaluating the division. He was really close in between a couple of them there, maybe not just two or three, but just the whole front lineup. So very cool to see the quality we're seeing, and we expect to see it continue in this last division here. Within this class, Class 48, we have 48 entries ranging from 165 pounds to 168. I do believe we've sent 6 from the initial sort and then a couple sheep after that to just go through the scales and additional classifications. So we'll go ahead and see who else makes the initial sort and go from there.
Class 47 will be the next group to check in.
Well, as Mr. Sturts and Mr. Allen make their remarks to the kids along the ringside, it looks like we have 13 kids coming in from the first sift. Excited to see how they get back out here and look.
Again, a great set of kids. We appreciate them coming to San Antonio and showing to us. They put a lot of time and effort into this project. Again, they've been very fortunate to get here, and then we've been fortunate to work with them. Let's give them a round of applause as they leave the ring for their job that they've done.
Well, as we dismiss those kids and get the next group in, I'll go ahead and mention Lexi and I were in the goat ring yesterday, and we were sweating up there in the box. Today's a lot cooler and more enjoyable for sure. I feel like the judges definitely probably appreciate that, as well as the exhibitors in the ring.
Yeah, a little bit of a funny tidbit. So I guess yesterday at lunch, we didn't have the opportunity to sit with Mr. Sturts and Cash, but some of our peers did. And they were saying that Mr. Sturts was talking about how his tie was choking him out and he had to take it off during lunch. So for any of those that noticed that he lost his tie halfway through the show yesterday, but it looks like he might make it all the way through the medium wools and keep his tie on.
We can sure hope. And yesterday we complimented all four gentlemen along with the Carlisles and just their choice of outfits. And I think our gentlemen sorting our show today upholded that standard today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure exactly who planned their outfits, but I would definitely think that there was a woman behind it.
Well, a few moments ago, just solely out of curiosity, Lexi and I were wondering, we at the show heard Head Over Boots, and we were curious if on the live stream you guys caught it all. If you did happen to hear that, drop it in the comments. We just want to know what you guys thought about potentially hearing that.
Yeah, so it happened in Class 3 within Division 3, and it came on at full blast, full volume here in the arena. And I don't think they could figure out for a little bit where the source of that was coming from. So we got to listen to about a minute of it at full volume. So yeah, we were just curious if that came through on the live stream or not.
Not only did it wake me up, though, I kind of caught a vibe with it, Lexi. I don't know about you.
It definitely put a smile on everybody's faces. I think there were kids that were even dancing along in the show ring. Well, as Mr. Sturts is making his first pulls here after our sift, I did just get confirmation that you guys, in fact, did not hear the music on the live stream. So now we just sound crazy, Hadley.
Yeah, we apologize, guys. That's our bad. We were really hoping that you guys got the same kind of vibes caught. Well, it looks like we're down to 2 sales slots left within this class, and then I think we'll have 2 classes after this within this division, meaning we have a total of 18. So we'll have 18 after this class sales slots still available to be selected.
Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Validation tag 670170. We need you to check in the holding area. We're still missing one exhibitor for class 47. If you have one in that class, you need to be in the holding.
One of the coolest parts about being a top judge participant is that we get paired with mentors that we get to spend time with throughout the duration of the show and talk with them. Earlier, I was having a conversation with Mr. Terry Burks, and he was telling me about a time in the early 2000s that he was judging at San Antonio, and he remembers specifically handling a specific market lamb and his hand bouncing off of it. It's cool to put in perspective that these sheep that we're seeing today and now in these classes are ones that we can think of and remember 10 years from now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about that just a little bit yesterday, Hadley, but just the lasting impact, you know, not only that your grand at a major show like this will have on you, but even, you know, down into your division winners, reserves, and even some sheep, you know, that got left out of divisions. I mean, I know that last division, we talked about the depth of it. Like, there were some of those sheep within that specific division I know I personally will be thinking about and remember for a long time to come.
We're a very challenging class. We've got 4 sheep up here at the top that I think all have some really good things about them, and then we've got some behind them that I think are just a notch off. And I think when we talked about each one, and we talked about what we're doing today and how we're putting them together today, I think that it comes together that the one that comes to the top comes there nicely. I think when you look at base width, you look at body cavity width, you look at dimension to the body, you look at freshness down that top, one that holds its skeleton together well. This one's got a little more bone, a little more arm than the one in second. He's a little bit neater as far as the amount of rib and middle rib dimension he has. He's a little bit bigger as far as his last rib. Now, this one in second is real unique, and me and Cash both talked about it. He's really thin-necked. He's a little finer featured. He's really cool about his shallowness of breast. To me, he's just a little pinched in the lower part of his heart. Now, when he goes back wide. He goes back. He makes more progression than any sheep I've seen today as far as getting wider as he goes back. The question is on our part is, does he have enough width in that heart? Does he have enough stoutness to overtake the one in first? Today, I don't think he does. We really appreciate the look. We think he's better as far as the way he matches the one in first, as far as his flank and length of body and the way that he looks from the side, the way he moves around. We think those two go together and blend together and can't be separated. But I think the bigger difference is this one's a little wider in his chest floor. He's a little bigger in his foot, a little bigger in his bone, a little wider in his rib cage. We get into the next one, and one that's really big on the top side of his skeleton, gets just a little shorter in the body. When we talk about proportional balance, we'd like to lengthen that one out just a tad as far as length, or shorten him up to make him a little more proportionally balanced. He's got just a little bit of shoulder, really aggressive top. We appreciate that. Really good at the last rib. We lengthen that one out, maybe make him motor just a little bit better. When he's on the move, he doesn't hold his skeleton together quite as well as the two in front of him. Sheep that's kind of our problem sheep and moved up is this kind of white-featured sheep that's really attractive from the side, and he's somewhat hard to read until you get over top of him, and you get over top of him, and that one's got a big old rib and rack. We think he needs to be a little deeper in his flank, from his loin down to his flank. We need more depth in comparison to the ones in front. We need to maybe deepen him in his twist just a little bit. One that moves around the ring nice, one that's got a really nice presence and look, worked his way up on those qualities. Young lady's done a nice job of showing him, getting him prepared for us today. A sheep that we like the balance aspect is this one here, really good as far as front to rear flank, forearm to rear stifle muscle. Maybe not quite as long-bodied as we'd like to see for his height, one that gets progressively wider as he goes back, good on his feet and legs. He just doesn't have the power that the first three sheep has. He doesn't have the look the fourth sheep has, and so we put him there in fifth.
Young man that comes out in six, definitely a sheep that has some highlights in terms of his width of skeleton. You step up front or back behind him, man, that guy is cracked open, and the way that his rib cage is built, his pin bone, and just his progressions are incredible. At the same time, we study that guy in motion, or the longer that he gets parked, maybe a little bit easier in terms of his top line balance. Wants to open up right there at the point of his shoulder as he goes directly away. We'd like to see that guy a little bit more secure in terms of alignment of his hock to the surface. But, man, that is a truck of a sheep that is muscular and powerful. Young man done a nice job getting him hydrated and ready to show. Young lady that comes out next, awesome loin edge, big feet in this guy. I think his underline balance is appropriate. At the same time, we study him up front. Is he just truly is pulled apart right there to the floor of his chest? Is his forerib round enough, and is he just span big enough right out of the backside of his shoulder? That was our question on him. Sheep that comes out next, opened up and powerful in terms of skeletal width and spread. Didn't read that guy just as aggressive and as youthful and expressive in terms of his shape up high. Man, his rib cage is big. He's opened up in terms of his progressions. Just got to see that guy a little bit more youthful up front, a little bit more expressive in terms of his shape. Kind of opposite end of the spectrum here, the young lady that rounds out the class. That is a sheep that is very impressive whenever we get our hands on him in terms of how square he is, the integrity of his rack shape. He is very, very good in those regards. At the same time, maybe we study that guy in terms of his underline balance. He gets a little bit more parallel, a little bit more out right there in terms of the angle of his shoulder. Need to rock that back and make him just a little bit more youthful and aesthetic about his front end. But, man, that is a very, very appropriate sheep from terms of a handle quality and a stoutness perspective. Awesome class. Let's give all these kids a big hand.
Well, we're fortunate to have two judges here that are great to hear on the mic, and then super glad that Sturts has given Cash the opportunity to grab the mic and talk a few of them each within this class. His upbeat personality and just vocabulary on describing the sheep has been really neat to listen to and watch.
Class 47 is entering the ring, weighing 169 to 173. Class 48 will be the next group to check in.
Yeah, absolutely. Cannot agree more about the two judges that we have within the ring over the past 2 days. And it's been really great to see them get along so well, it seems, as they've worked together over the past 2 days sorting through these sheep. And we talked about with Mr. Sturts about the fact, and he's mentioned a couple times, like he wants to obviously have the final decision and will have the final decision at the end of the day. But when he discusses with Cash, it's not necessarily, asking Cash which one he would use or which one he would use. It's more so just discussing the sheep and what Cash sees in them and making sure that they're on the same page, and just fact checking yourself and double checking with somebody else that you're seeing the same things within a specific animal. So again, this is our second class of Division 4 entering the ring. Only one more class after this, and then followed by the Division 4 drive, and then our champion drive to follow.
Well, as we're working through this class and getting closer to our division championship as well as the final drive, go ahead and shout out our division winners throughout the day within the medium wool division. Our champion Division 1 show by Key Swerk, raised by Bar Show Lambs, sired by Chit Chat. Our reserve Division 1 Quincy Rains, raised by Stokes, sired by Tough Love. Two really nice sheep to go ahead and kick us off within the medium wool division.
Yeah, absolutely. That pair of sheep was a great way to go ahead and kick off the day. Within Division 2, certainly a very deep division as well. Your champion, shown by Hazen Halfman, bred by Neff, sired by Unicorn. Your reserve, Division 2, Fallon Headfeld, bred by Silvers, my apologies, sired by War Wagon.
Not sure on the specific information on Division 3, but we'll go ahead and shout out the kiddos. I know the champion was Reagan Miller, and the reserve was Cade Schaefer. So congrats to both of those exhibitors and their families. Excited to get all those sheep back out here, along with our Division 4 champion and reserve.
Class 46 results. 9th was Talon Toch, Gillespie County 4-H. 8th was Hadley Holt, Hill County 4-H. 7th was Chloe Clem, New Home FFA. Breeder was Rockin' Sea Farms. 6th was Brendan Kennedy, Leon County 4-H. 5th was Avery Russell, Zephyr FFA. 4th, Emily Bynum, West Rusk FFA. 3rd, Kaysen Newell, Falls County 4-H. 2nd, Briscoe Black, Brown County 4-H. And first place was Gemma Chanley, Robertson County 4-H. Congratulations.
Well, on the outside, we've got some disappointed kids, some kids that worked hard, and we appreciate them coming and showing to us here at San Antonio. We don't take for granted that they've taken time out of their day to bring us some sheep and us evaluate them, and appreciate that opportunity to be able to evaluate and look through them. However, when we compare them to what we need out in the top end and in this class, they don't quite meet the standard that we're looking for. We hope that they continue to thrive in this project and work at this project and work harder as they go on. Let's give them all a round of applause as they leave the ring.
Well, by the looks of it, looks like we're going to have 14 exhibitors coming back into the ring. Being on top of these things and seeing them just briefly go to the scales, it looks like it'll be an exciting 14 at that as well.
Again, class 48 should be checking in.
Well, we have our 9 for this class. I think we'll wrap up some commentary to the folks that didn't quite make the second sort, and then we'll hear his final placing of this class here in just a moment.
Yeah, and I think something that's so cool and worth mentioning about Mr. Search and Cash's job that they've done over the past 2 days
Thank you,
is
Lamb exhibitors.
I believe there has been 1,219 market lambs exhibited at the San Antonio Stock Show between the 2 days, and they have made the effort to talk to every single exhibitor that has entered and exited the ring. So I certainly think that's worth being commended.
Quite the class act. Yes, it's been awesome. I think every kid should feel valued and respected for their time that they spent at the San Antonio Stock Show with these two.
Still missing 4 exhibitors for the holding area for our last class of medium wools. Okay, we're still missing 1 exhibitor in this last class of medium wools. If you have a medium wool and you have not showed it, you need to be in the holding area.
Well, an excellent class. Really appreciate the quality in this class. At the same time, there's some differences and some bigger differences here maybe than there's been in the other classes. We've got two sheep that to me come to the top with the muscle shape and the cleanliness of front and the balance from the side. Both of them I'd like to see at times just a little bit better off the rear hock and set down just a tad square. But when you really handle them and you look at them, I think the one that wins is a little more youthful, a little more ready as far as what I'm looking for in being youthful and handling real good. This one, we really appreciate the loin edge. We appreciate the hip shape. One that we appreciate from the side, the balance as far as front to rear flank. Maybe could be a little bigger footed, bigger bone, but we've got a forearm in this one, and we like the way this one lays the finish onto that muscle for this size of a sheep, really fresh. We get to the next one that we like the way this one moves around the ring a little bit better probably than the first one. He does have a little more foot size and bone, maybe not quite the muscle down low in the middle part of his leg, maybe not quite the look from the side and the early, or maybe a little more mature than the one in front. The one we like the best as far as youthfulness is this one. This one is really young and immature looking, not immature looking, but just not as mature as the others. When we get this one on the move, we've got some problems with rear legs, especially the right hock wants to twist just a little bit. He's not quite as stout down his top and down through his leg as the ones in front of him. One that we really like, that front end and the youthfulness of that. We change those rear two, give him just a little bit stronger hock down to the ground. This one can move up some because he is really youthful and really good to look at. 1 and 4th, really good on his feet and legs. We really like the underneath side of this one. Skeleton really wide coming at you and going away from you. One that gets just a little bit higher in his flank, maybe doesn't balance quite as well as the rest of them. One that we appreciate the top shape, just doesn't come together quite as well as the top three. And we get one next that's powerful and has a lot of muscle to it. When we get him on the move and get him in motion, we'd like to clean him up in his shoulder, make him a little cooler looking in comparison to the ones in front of him.
Young lady that comes out in 6, definitely a sheep in terms of his altitude, his lateness and maturity, and how attractive he is about his front skeleton. We're a big fan of that idea. We think the shape of his rib cage is good. Just whenever we get to his loin edge and just his progressions back in through his tail head, we need to see that guy just bolder and broader in terms of his upper hip. Need to see him wrap more just natural substance and dimension in terms of his lower leg and across the plane of his stifle, but a tall-shouldered, sound-structured sheep that's very appropriate in terms of his maturity pattern at this particular weight and stage. Young man that comes out next, a sheep that we like the design of his forerib. He's big in terms of the spread right out of the backside of his blade. His top line balance is very, very good. Studying from there underneath, though, maybe wants to snug up ever so slightly in his flank. A little bit more maturity in terms of his neck, shoulder, and up through his skull, but a sheep that still, in terms of his handle quality, his forerib design, and his progression of width is very, very appropriate. Big stout rump sheep comes out next that probably is just more pulled apart in terms of his lower skeleton in relation to the one that goes out ahead of him. At the same time, a little bit deeper and more ordinary in terms of the way at the base of his shoulder and his lower forerib tie together, but a sheep that we like to appreciate for just in terms of his skeletal width, his broadness out of his pin set. Young man done a very nice job. Young lady comes out next. Stout featured sheep that's expressive in terms of his muscle pattern up high. Well, as we set the sheep into motion, got to see that guy more collected, more aesthetic in terms of his look from the side, but a very, very nice class. Let's give all those kids a big hand.
Well, we have our last class entering the ring. Looks like we have 44 entries with a weight range of a whopping 1 pound, 174 to 175 pounds.
Class 47 results. 9th place, Adeline Hughes, Shepherd FFA. 8th, Porter Parsons, Weatherford FFA. Breeder is Moore Livestock. 7th, Blake Burns, Eastland FFA. 6th, Brett Mock, Erath County 4-H. 5th, Maddie Francis, Briscoe County 4-H. 4th, Grayson Williams, McCullough County 4-H. 3rd, Johnson Wise, Brown County 4-H. 2nd, Leighton Lawn, Nueces County 4-H. And first place was Brindley Cody, Florence FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 48 is in the ring, weighing 174 to 175.
Well, it looks like we're getting to our final few and making our last choices here within our very last class of the day. Certainly getting excited moving into Division 4 and our final drive to come on later after that. But Hadley and I will be signing off here. This was the last time you'll be hearing from us, but certainly enjoy just the couple times we've gotten to come on and commentate over the past 2 days. The show on both sides, the sheep and the goat side, have been absolutely exceptional here at San Antonio.
For sure. It's been a pleasure to work with you, Lexi, alongside. And then a special thank you to the Top Judge program for having us out here as well. The opportunity that they've provided with us alongside all the volunteers and people that put on the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo with their commitment to helping youth as well. And as well as Taylor Fort for allowing us to commentate for your live stream.
Well, another great set of kids. We went through these, and we've got how many we need to sort for this last class. We appreciate these kids bringing these sheep to us and allowing us to sort them and work with them today. It truly is an honor and a pleasure to be able to do that. As they leave the ring, let's give them a round of applause for their efforts here and up to this point. Really appreciate them coming to San Antonio and working with us.
We will need our first and second places back from classes 46 and 47 for our Division 4 drive. And then we'll need our previous division champions and reserves in the medium wools following that. Everyone that made the sale should have received an information card and a parking hanger. If you did not, then please let us know. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. And while we're at it, I don't think anybody could argue that our two judges have spent quality time with these kids and really gave them a look and hopefully made them feel seen. And let's give our judges one big round of applause.
Well, a real nice set of heavyweights, and saying that challenging. Cash and I both were talking to each other, and there's maybe not. It kind of logically comes together at the end for us, but I think when you are looking at sheep this big and this mature, sometimes your give and takes are a little bit different. And probably one of the most challenging classes of the day is sometimes the heavy and the lights can be. I think what the thing to do, or the easy thing to do, is this black sheep. I told Cash that there was times I looked at him and I just the color just was throwing me off, and I was not seeing him maybe as being good enough to be up here. But when you get him in that top 4 and he keeps working his way up, and you handle that sheep, this is the most youthful of the lineup. He's the neatest in his chest floor. He's the neatest in the way his neck ties into his shoulder. He progressively gets wider as he goes back. He's probably a little lighter. He's for sure more youthful than the rest of them behind him, and he moves off his feet and legs well. Now, could we deepen his flank a little bit? Maybe deepen the muscle in his leg just a little bit? Well, maybe a little bit, but is he big-footed, big bone, neat to look at from the side, got a nice forearm? Is he youthful? Yeah, he kind of puts it all together in the end and comes to the top and wins the class on those qualities. We get into the next 2, and I think they're a little bit more robust, a little bit wider in their chest, a little bit wider in their body cavity. We get back over top of them, they're a little wider through their loin and their hips even than him. They don't handle their skeletons quite as well when we put them in motion. When we watch them walk, we'd like to maybe make them scoot out just a little bit more, maybe be a little bit neater in their front end or off their hind two. But I think the one in second, when we go to handle and we get for close inspection, I think that one overtakes the one in first, being a little smoother in his shoulder, being a little bit wider and stouter right there behind his blade. He gives me just a little bit more loin edge. I like this one's hip and hind leg posture just a little bit better. I think he's a little bigger footed, a little bigger bone. I like his rear flank, but I don't like his shoulder. He's a little bit bigger and bolder in his shoulder. He's a little forward and down in his shoulder in comparison to the first 2. Next one's a little bit more attractive in that shoulder, but he doesn't blend it well into that forerib, especially the bottom part of it. He doesn't have the length to height relationship to me. I'd like to lengthen him out for his height to make him compare to these 3 in front of him. But when we start analyzing him and looking back, he's a little bit bolder and wider in his front. He comes at me with more pin width, more rear flank than the next one. And so I think those attributes and qualities puts him there in 4th over the one in 5th. One that we came back and got, or he came back and got actually, and we started looking at, we really like the looks of this thing extended really good in the front end, really nice at the shoulder. This one really elevates and really looks neat as far as a big sheep and putting those things together. When we get him from the side, is he deep enough flank? Does he have enough softness to him? Probably not in comparison to those. He handles firm and hard. He kind of falls into 5th, for lack of a better way to say it, because he's kind of in between where we go with the next one.
Young lady that comes out in 6, sheep that me and Steve were talking about, might be one of the biggest and flattest loin ones that we've handled today with those regards. That sheep is incredible in those regards. He's opened up in terms of the shape of his forerib. We like just the natural spread, dimension, and bulk that sheep has. At times, does he just get his front end collected enough in terms of where he wants to set the bottom side of his breastplate? I'd like to see his neck attached just a little bit more comfortable in terms of his shoulder. His top line balance could be a little bit more attractive. Sheep comes with just a little extra set, but man, that sheep is fresh in terms of his spread and his shape. Young lady done a very nice job getting that one presented. Young man comes out next. Man, my hat's off to him because he's done a great job managing that sheep to this weight and age in terms of keeping me expressive, lean, and high cut ability. At the same time, maybe Father Time caught up with that sheep a little bit more right there through the base of his shoulder. The longer that he's parked from the side, does he hook the heel of his loin in smooth enough right there at the top side of his hip? Maybe not just as aggressive or as wild in terms of the curl to his lower twist, but man, a wide skeleton sheep. Young man done a nice job managing and keeping lean and fresh at this stage. Young man that comes out next, a sheep that's good in terms of his top line balance, dead level in those regards. As we turn him loose, a little bit more upright in the angle of his shoulder, wants to snug up in terms of his flank line. Need to amplify that guy in terms of his progression of width back into his pins bone. Wants to empty out ever so slightly in terms of his lower twist. Kind of the opposite side of the spectrum for the young man that rounds out the class. Rugged, powerful in terms of his essence, essence, big in terms of his rack shape, like just the shape that he has in terms of his lower twist and stifle. At the same time, a little bit more mature in terms of his look up front. Didn't read that sheep just as smooth in terms of his back line. Want to elevate him right there at the base of his chest and the floor of his shoulder ever so slightly. Really good class. Let's give those kids a big hand.
Class 48 results. 9th place, Tanner Hawes, Falls City FFA. 8th, Cody Jordan, Midlothian FFA. 7th, Brody Fisher, Florence FFA. 6th, Harper Lashmet, Gray County 4-H. 5th, Misty McElroy, Brazos County 4-H. 4th, Cade Arnold, Waller County 4-H. 3rd, Kellen Embry, Hayes County 4-H. 2nd, Pierce Lawn, Nueces County 4-H. And our class winner, Claire Martin, Swisher County 4-H. Congratulations. We are now ready for our Division 4 medium wool drive. Coming out of Class 46, first place was Gemma Chanley, Robertson County 4-H. Gemma's parents are Tony and Casey. Second place was Briscoe Black, Brown County 4-H. Briscoe's parents are Colton and Catherine. From Class 47, first place was Brinley Cody, Florence FFA. Brinley's parents are Josh and Ashley Cody. Second place was Leighton Lawn, Nueces County 4-H. Leighton's parents are Tanya and Daryl. From Class 48, first place was Claire Martin, Swisher County 4-H. Claire's parents are Corey and Tori. And second place was Pierce Lawn, Nueces County 4-H. Pierce's parents are Tanya and Daryl. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's give these medium wool exhibitors a big round of applause. All of our previous division champions and reserves. Okay, we need our Division II champion, medium wool, to the holding area. And our other breed champion and reserve champions should be in the area as well for our final drive.
An excellent heavyweight division. Let's give these kids and all the kids that were participating in these three classes a round of applause. Excellent job. When we get them out here, as many of the heavyweights do, we start getting maybe a little maturity, a little more flatness of bone, maybe not quite the youthfulness and athleticism that we have in those other classes. We feel like that when we get them out here, there's a couple of them that do imitate those things and are a little closer to being youthful and athletic, and even for their size, put those things together in a nice package and still structurally correct and structurally sound, and we appreciate them for that. In saying that, I'm going to go hand the banner to your champion, or I guess it's a plaque, the plaque to the champion in reserve of this division. I think the one that wins it's just a little bolder, has a little more rib shape and dimension to its rib, really has a good handle to it, maybe could be a little bigger boned, and I think our reserve is going to follow it pretty closely with that youthfulness and pattern. Maybe could be a little deeper flanked and a little more to him from the side when we look at him there, but I think two really good sheep that we're fixing to use for our champion in our heavyweight division. These kids have done an awesome job. All of them deserve a round of applause. We're going to name these, and we'll look for our champion medium wool.
Our Division 4 champion goes to Brinley Cody, Florence FFA. And reserve goes to Claire Martin, Swisher County 4-H. Congratulations. Okay, we are ready for our medium wool drive. Our Division 1 winner was Michaela Swerick, Farwell FFA. Michaela's parents are Aaron and Rodney. Our Division 1 runner-up was Quincy Rains, Hayes County 4-H. Quincy's parents are Abby and Stephen. Division 2 winner was Hazen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Hazen's parents are Jamie and Cade. Division 2 runner-up was Fallon Hedfelt, Nueces County 4-H. Fallon's parents are Keely and TW. Division 3 winner was Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Reagan's parents are Derek and Ashley Miller. Division 3 runner-up was Cade Schaefer, Martin Mills FFA. Cade's parents are Mark and Leslie. Division 4 winner was Brinley Cody, Florence FFA. Brinley's parents are Josh and Ashley Cody. And our Division 4 runner-up was Claire Martin, Swisher County 4-H. Claire's parents are Corey and Tori. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day. Let's give these medium wool exhibitors a big round of applause.
Well, an excellent set of champions out here, division champions for our champion medium wool. It has thoroughly been enjoyable to go through this breed, and there's been some challenges through it, and we've worked through them in a way that I think has been very methodical and worked for me and Cash, and I appreciate his input, and it's been an enjoyable day judging these medium wools, and I know we have to do the overall here in a minute, but we're both in agreement when we get out here, and I think that it makes it nice to have somebody of his character and value, and the way he looks at animals and the way he describes animals is a very blessing to me today to have him with me, and I sure appreciate him, and I hope he knows how much that is. We both said it's probably one of the most enjoyable experiences we had judging, and I wouldn't have known that with the two-judge system, but it's worked out well for us, and I hope that y'all saw the value in having both of us out here. And as I said earlier in the day, it's going to be one that I like. It's going to be a Steve Sturt sheep, but as we went through the day, it turns out that a Steve Sturt sheep and a Cash Allen sheep are pretty darn similar, I believe. So as we look at them for champion of the medium wool breed, there's one that we really like. We think youthfulness, athleticism, movement around the ring, just all those things, foot size, bone size, just putting a proportional balance, as I've talked all day long, both days. That's important to me. When we put this one in motion, this one just moves out and covers its track and just really puts together a nice package. Really fun to judge, fun to see. And then when we look at reserve, we're not going to pull up second. We know which one we like. We've handled them all. There's one that follows it to me really closely. Maybe not quite as good in the hind leg posture at times. Maybe not quite as youthful, but a really nice one as far as dimension to top, dimension to hip, putting together a balanced product, and I think follows our champion real well. I'm going to go shake the hand of your individual with your champion. I'm going to let Cash do the reserve side of it. I appreciate, again, him helping me and being here today and us doing this together. It's been very enjoyable, but mostly we've enjoyed working with your youth here at San Antonio Livestock Expedition. What a great set of kids. What a great program. It's thought I could get through this without doing that. It means the world to me to have these kind of kids, this kind of a program, and to watch what these kids do and how they become young adults and what they become into. And it's dear to my heart, and I love it. And it makes me emotional, and that's the way it is. Sorry. Great set of kids. Great set of kids, great set of sheep. I'll go pick your champion. He'll go shake the hand of your reserve. Again, congratulations to these kids. We're going to look for a champion overall here in a minute.
Our champion medium wool goes to Hazen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. And reserve champion medium wool goes to Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Need a parent or advisor for those last set of division winners to the holding area.